Chapter 21:17. Ruthless Face Slapping. Chapter 21:17. Ruthless face slapping, Yi Yuan held the emperor bone in his hand and slowly walked out, his aura growing stronger and stronger. The expressions of the Qilin clan's powerhouses changed drastically. They looked at Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun with incredible shock, their eyes full of disbelief. Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun actually trembled incessantly under this bloodline pressure. Furthermore, the closer Yi Yuan got, the fierce Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun's trembling. What Qilin clan's face? What avenging Qijun? It's all bulls. I plus T, your true objective of coming here is this, right? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile as he walked. Seeing this scene, all of the demon race powerhouses felt shocked to the core. Especially those Empyrean powerhouses, their S almost popped out. The more one reached their realm, the more they knew the terror of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. However, a mere Emperor bone could actually completely suppress a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. This was too terrifying. The Qilin clan is really making a mighty show of power. You all sense this treasure, and then thought that this treasure is yours, calling for me to hand it over time. And again, you even want me to kowtow and beg for mercy? Being taught a lesson by me, the young one failed, so the old man came. The old one failed, and an even older one came, made a bet with me, but reneged on it one-sidedly, and even wanted me to offer up the Emperor bone and to make apologies to the Qilin clan. Yi Yuan walked step by step, saying a sentence with each step. While talking, it carried the effect of the voice of the dragon G. O, D, the power immense. The voice of the dragon G. O, D contained the effect of a divine soul attack. Each of his words was affecting the judgment of the demons in the city. Your Qilin clan is really tyrannical. However, it's too bad. You're overbearing. I'll be even more domineering than you all. Kneel down. Yi Yuan's voice was akin to thunder. It was as if it fell down from above the 9 heavens. At the same time, the Qilin Emperor bone's bloodline pressure also reached the peak at this time. The moment this voice landed, Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun actually could not withstand the pressure and directly knelt down in front of Yi Yuan in the air with a thud. Behind him, Qi Chun and the rest of the Qilin clan's Empyrean powerhouses all could not withstand this pressure and knelt down too. The entire Qilin clan was kneeling in front of a young man. This young man seemed like a G.O.D., a Heavenly Emperor kneeling. It was as if the void started trembling. All the demon race powerhouses in the city were deathly silent. Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun came in a threatening manner and was actually coerced into kneeling by Yi Yuan with a few sentences. That was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. A Heavenly Emperor powerhouse was actually pressured into kneeling by a true G.O.D. realm martial artist. Even if Yi Yuan borrowed the power of the Emperor Bone, being able to obtain the Emperor Bone's recognition, this was an inconceivable thing to begin with. Whoever obtained the treasure, that treasure would naturally be a part of their strength. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were G.O.D.-like existences in everyone's cognition. Below Heavenly Emperor, even Empyrean powerhouses were like ants too. If it was not something major, Heavenly Emperor powerhouses would not be walking around in the secular world at all. They overlooked the world in Heavenly Emperor Bodemanda's. But now, an existence that they viewed as a G.O.D. actually knelt down. Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun's gaze stared fixedly at Yi Yuan, almost spewing fire. A stifled breath was stuck in his chest, virtually making his entire body about to explode. However, no matter how he struggled, he could not stand up from under this bloodline pressure at all. This was trembling that originated from the soul. in front of the Emperor Bone, he could not give birth to even the courage to resist. At this very moment, Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyan was like a wooden puppet that was strung up. Although he was unbelievably awake, his body and soul did not listen to orders and were being suppressed by a mysterious power, making him only able to submit. Beyond the rage, Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyan had more shock. He was the Qilin clan's Heavenly Emperor to begin with, and naturally would not be unfamiliar with Qilin Emperor bones. Even the bones in his body could similarly be called Emperor Bone too. However, when he was facing this Emperor Bone, it was like a child facing a giant. At this time, inside the city, the Dragon Clan's powerhouses were also incomparably shocked. What they were shocked at was not the Qilin Emperor Bone, but that Yi Yuan actually used the voice of the Dragon G. Oh, D. It's actually the voice of the Dragon G. Oh, D. Could it be that this boy even fused a true dragon bloodline? But even if he fused a true dragon bloodline, it's also impossible to use a secret art like the voice of the Dragon G. Oh, D. Long Ji looked at the Yi Yuan in the sky and said with a doubtful look, the voice of the Dragon G. Oh, D was an extremely complicated dragon race secret technique. Disregarding that it was powerful, it was also famous for being difficult to train. It was inconceivable to them that Yi Yuan could utilize the voice of the Dragon G, O D, to such an extent. As a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, Long Ji could naturally determine the strength of the voice of the Dragon G, O D. If this roar of Yi Yuan's was aimed at ordinary martial artists, it could absolutely one-shot same-rank powerhouses. Even when facing a martial artist who was a minor realm higher, he would also be able to contend with them. This kind of strength was absolutely not what fusing true dragon bloodline could explain. Long Xiaochun also opened her mouth wide and said in surprise, "Goodness gracious! Yi Yuan is too incredible. That's a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, but he actually directly made him kneel. Looks like he really don't need this young lady to take the stage anymore. But it feels really great. The Qilin clan, that bunch of old things, this young lady is very displeased at the sight of them. See if they still dare to make a show of force." Long Ji gave Long Xiaochun a glance and could not help rolling his eyes. "Yi Yuan, you dare to humiliate this emperor. This emperor will definitely make you regret coming to this world." Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyan roared at Yi Yuan. He came in a threatening manner and roared at Yi Yuan earlier, attempting to make Yi Yuan kneel down and ruthlessly slap Yi Yuan's face. In the end, Yi Yuan was completely fine. But now Yi Yuan's voice shook the entire world, pressuring him, a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, and the entire Qilin clan to kneel instead. This face was really slapped resoundingly. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. The Qilin clan coming out of hiding this time. Not only did they not exhibit their race's power, they instead had their faces repeatedly slapped by the same person. This kind of thing, it was depressing just mentioning it. Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyan felt ashamed and enraged, and could only use his roars to vent the repression in his heart. "Ha ha ha, your Qilin clan is really jackalls from the same lair. Even the lines are the same. Your words are identical as when Qi Zhen knelt down back then. However, this is what you all asked for yourselves. I, Yi Yuan, am not domineering like you guys. But if someone is being domineering on top of my head, then I'll be even more overbearing than you," Yi Yuan said with a loud laugh. Ever since coming to the West Spirit region, the Qilin clan had been arrogant and bossy in front of him time and again. In the end, wasn't it still bullying him on the basis that his strength was weak and his realm was low? But the Qilin clan never dreamed that Yi Yuan had the Emperor Bone, this trump card, in his hands. When facing the Qilin clan, he was virtually set in an undefeatable position. Now, even a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse knelt down. Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. The development of the matter already completely exceeded all of their expectations. Humph! How can my Chelan clan's dignity allow you to provoke like this? Conceited child, hand over the emperor bone, and prepare to die. Right at this time, a cold snort transmitted out of the void, carrying a majesty that did not tolerate profaning. Chapter 21:18, Unexpected Reinforcement. Chapter 21:18, Unexpected Reinforcement. A young man dressed in white robes walked out of the void and slowly walked over toward Yi Yuan. He was actually not the least bit affected by the emperor bone. Qi Zishu. In the crowd, when Long Ji saw this youth in white, his expression could not help changing. Long Xiaochun looked towards Long Ji with a curious face. She sensed dread from Long Ji. Clearly, this Qi Zishu was not ordinary. Even a fool could also tell that this Chelan clan's heavenly emperor powerhouse, who could actually resist the emperor bone's bloodline pressure, was naturally not an ordinary person. Qi Xiaonan was still kneeling there right now. Yi Yuan is in trouble now. Heavenly Emperor Zishu is actually not afraid of the emperor bone's pressure. Long Xiaohai said with a worried look, but Long Ji shook his head and said, "Who said that he doesn't fear the emperor bone's pressure? If he isn't afraid, he would have long smacked Yi Yuan to death with one slap." Long Xiaohai opened his mouth wide, his face astonished. This emperor bone's power truly exceeded imagination. It's actually another heavenly emperor. Looks like this time the Chelan clan is being serious. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Second Sage really said it correctly. A mere Qizhen is nothing in front of this emperor bone. When the Chelan clan saw this emperor bone, how can they still resist? The demons in the city were all extremely frightened. The current situation already completely went out of control. Even Gongyang Lai also looked at Heavenly Emperor Zishu stupidly, with a look of astonishment. He did not think that the Chelan clan actually even sent out Heavenly Emperor Zishu. Similarly, a Heavenly Emperor, Qi Xiaoyan, was trash in front of Qi Zishu. At this time, Yi Yuan had a solemn look on his face. The matter already exceeded his control. The Chelan clan's reaction was far stronger than he imagined. He also detected that this Qi Zishu's strength far surpassed, said Qi Xiaoyun. His bloodline power was also unimaginably powerful. Even the emperor bone also found it hard to control. After all, no matter how strong the emperor bone was, it was just a bone too. It was impossible to be infinitely powerful, suppressing all of the Chelan clan. When the Chelan clan's members became powerful to a certain degree, they would naturally be able to shake off the bloodline pressure. However, Yi Yuan could feel that this Qi Zishu did not find it easy. He was just pretending to be calm. Actually, the pressure on his body was not the slightest bit least. When Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyan saw Heavenly Emperor Zishu, his face revealed a look of wild elation. "Lord Zishu, you came in the nick of time. This brat actually dared to humiliate our Chelan clan. You have to kill him." Qi Xiaoyan glared at Yi Yuan and said with a look of grief and indignation. Since making his first appearance in the world, no idea how many tens of thousands of years had said. A humiliation like today, he had never experienced it before. There were countless demon race powerhouses below, but he was pressured by people until he was made to kneel under the watchful gazes of the people. Heavenly Emperor Zishu nodded slightly, indicating that he got it. His expression was calm, but actually all of his body and mind were used to resist the Emperor Bone's pressure. If not for seeing personally with his own eyes, it would also be very hard for him to believe that an Emperor Bone could actually have such horrifying bloodline pressure. Under everyone's stares, Heavenly Emperor Zishu slowly walked in front of the Emperor Bone. It was only to see him slowly reach a palm out. Blue fine threads crept out, climbing over toward the emperor bone like vines. Very soon, the emperor bone was wrapped up by countless dark marks. Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun and the rest of the Qilin clan's powerhouses only felt the pressure on their bodies lighten, and they could actually stand up. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed, attempting to urge the Emperor Bone to break free of the constraints of the Tao marks. But that power was too strong. With his strength, he was unable to affect it at all. Heavenly Emperor Zishu looked at Yi Yuan as if he was looking at an ant and said coolly, "You don't need to waste your strength anymore. This Emperor Bone is owned by my Qilin clan in the first place. Now, it can return to the rightful owner." Ha ha! Return to the rightful owner. Your Qilin clan is really as shameless as before. As the saying goes, a crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. No wonder Qiyun and Qijin, those 2 people were so shameless, Yi Yuan said with a loud laugh. This Qilin clan's overbearing and shamelessness, Yi Yuan truly experienced it. From top to bottom, the style was really unexpectedly the same. Heavenly Emperor Zishu was totally indifferent and said coolly, "Are you very angry right now? But your fury can't resolve any problem. What you should be indignant about is your weakness. My Qilin clan has stood proudly for endless ages. So how formidable is our strength? How can we allow you, a mere true D realm, to act wildly?" Mn, a cold snort. Yi Yuan seemed to have received an attack that weighed a heavy 30,000 caddies, causing his figure flying out backward, with fresh blood spurting wildly from his mouth. Yi Yuan barely managed to stabilize his figure, but the moment he raised his head, Heavenly Emperor Zishu already arrived in front of him. "Kneel down." Heavenly Emperor Zishu gave a low cry. Yi Yuan felt as if the sky had fallen down. Limitless power was forcefully cruce. Plussing on his shoulders. Yi Yuan's sweat instantly broke out, his bone emitting creaking sounds. The muscles in his body already seeped out blackish-red bloodstains because of the powerful pressure. The situation was looking very grim, but he stood up stubbornly. On Yi Yuan's body, 2 powerful bloodline powers surged to the sky. At the same time, the Chaos Heavenspan cannon revolved wildly, attempting to resist this pressure. In addition, Yi Yuan unleashed spatial law continuously, guiding this power out. Not reaching a last resort, Yi Yuan did not wish to utilize the divine vestige S.P.A.C. Making me kneel? Not unless I die. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said, when Heavenly Emperor Zishu saw Yi Yuan unleash all of his means and actually barely managed to resist his pressure, this made him incredibly shocked. He looked at Yi Yuan and nodded slightly as he said, "Spatial law, true dragon bloodline, Qilin bloodline. Your means are really quite a few. I have to admit that you're very outstanding. It's a shame that in front of this emperor, all these are merely in vain. Kneel down for this emperor." Bang! An even more horrifying power enveloped down, like it blotted out the skies and covered the earth. Yi Yuan's vision went dark, and he actually almost really knelt down. He knew that if he still did not deploy the divine vestige S.P.A.C., he would definitely suffer humiliation today. Just as his divine vestige S.P.A.C. was about to activate, a pure white figure suddenly appeared beside Yi Yuan Brandis, plussing his fist and directly SMAs. Plussing over. Bang! Crack, crack, crack. Fine cracks actually appeared in the S.P.A.C. around Yi Yuan. In the end, it collapsed with a loud bang. The pressure on Yi Yuan's body suddenly eased up, and he actually regained freedom of movement. The heavy pressure that Heavenly Emperor Zishu applied on him was actually smashed to dust by this punch. He looked at that figure beside him with a surprised face, shocked, speechless. Ha ha, this young lady said it before. I'm very amazing. Long Xiaochun brandished her fist at Yi Yuan and gave a beaming smile. Long Ji was frightened until he nearly sat on the ground with a plot. He was speechless as he said, Really, D.A.M. And it, when did this little S run over? Long Xiaochun was clever and mischievous. He was negligent for a moment, and she slipped away. But at this time, he could not look on with folded arms anymore as well. He could only take a step out and arrive above the void. Heavenly Emperor Zishu looked at Long Xiaochun coldly and said in a solemn voice, Dragon race little girlie, do you think that this emperor doesn't dare to kill you? If you dare to kill her, my dragon clan will completely break out into war with your Qilin clan. Long, she said coolly as he slowly walked over. Chapter 21:19, Mysterious Long Xiaochun. Chapter 21:19, Mysterious Long Xiaochun. Remember, if those Qilin clan's old fellows come to find trouble with you, you just report my name, Long Xiaochun. This sentence echoed in Yi Yuan's mind. Originally, Yi Yuan just took it as a joke. But looking at it now, it was not the case. This girl's ident. 1. Tai was very extraordinary. Furthermore, what was the deal with that horrifying strange power just now? Yi Yuan also did not expect that this little girl was actually already a rank 7 powerhouse at a young age. But even if it was a rank 7 powerhouse, the power of that punch earlier was also too terrifying. Heavenly Emperor Zishu looked at Long Ji, his expression slightly dark as he said, Is your dragon clan going to intervene in this matter? Since this emperor appeared here, you should know my clan's attitude. Is it worth it for a mere human true G? Oh, D-realm? Heavenly emperors did not easily wade into the mortal world, let alone an existence like Heavenly Emperor Zishu. Since Heavenly Emperor Zishu came, that represented that the Qilin clan already regarded this matter very importantly. If the Dragon clan intervened in this matter, it would surely aggravate the Qilin clan's upper echelon. This was something to be very afraid of to the two clans. Long Ji was just about to speak, but he noticed Long Xiaochun put her hands by the side of her waist, and then she said, Humph! Don't talk about whatever Dragon clan, Qilin clan. Today's matter, this young lady is Tingin for sure. Yi Yuan is my good friend. So if you dare to touch him, this young lady will show you. Long Ji cried bitterness in his heart. He wished to block this little girl's mouth. This one in front of him was the Qilin clan's Heavenly Emperor Zishu, a third firmament Heavenly Emperor horrifying existence. This kind of powerhouse was a peerless powerhouse that could rule over a region. With him coming, what it represented was the Qilin clan's face and attitude. Hence, that was why he would forcefully suppress Yi Yuan, attempting to gain back face for the Qilin clan. It was just a shame that just as he was about to succeed, Long Xiaochun suddenly popped out, making him fall short of success. Ho-hoo, very good. Looks like your Dragon clan thinks that my Qilin clan is easy to bully. Since that's the case, don't blame this emperor for going on a killing spree. Heavenly Emperor Zishu laughed from extreme fury when he heard that. At the same time, the Heavenly Emperor's pressure on his body instantly covered the entire world akin to the thunderclouds in the sky. The moment his world power released, heaven and earth changed colors. The world power of a third firmament, Heavenly Emperor, was too strong. Even Long Ji's expression also became incomparably ugly, and he said in a solemn voice, Lord Zishu, my Dragon clan has no intention of intervening in this matter. Long Ji will bring Xiaochun away, right now. At the same time, Long Xiaochun also put away the teasing look on her face and said seriously, Uncle Ji, I'm not going. Yi Yuan is my Long Xiaochun's friend. Long Xiaochun, won't abandon my friend. If you dare to forcefully bring me away, I'll cry for you to see. Although the current sight was incomparably serious, the numerous demon race powerhouses in the city were still tickled by Long Xiaochun. Yi Yuan also found it funny. This S way of blackmailing people was also too unique, right? Looks like it was really a little princess. But Long Ji's face revealed an incomparably serious expression. Don't. My great-grand aunt, you mustn't cry. Sigh, I really can't do anything about you. Long Ji sighed slightly and turned to Heavenly Emperor Zishu and said, Lord Zishu, this matter. Your esteemed clan, please lift your hand high in mercy and let this little brother off. As for Xiaochun, you can't afford to provoke her. Better withdraw. Otherwise, you'd be the chief culprit of launching a divine war. The moment divine war, 2 words came out, everyone's faces changed drastically. These 2 words represented destruction. Divine war, that's the tangled warfare of late-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. With these 2 clans' strength, there might even be transcendent Heavenly Emperors taking part. At that time, the entire pseudo-world will probably be collapsed, right? Divine war. Who on earth is this little La S? The Dragon Clan actually won't scruple to launch a divine war for her. Maybe it is just to scare people, right? That Dragon Clan's Heavenly Emperor wants to use these 2 words to scare away Heavenly Emperor Zishu. The power of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses was too terrifying, especially late-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. With every movement and action, they had the power to destroy heaven and obliterate the earth. Back then, when Yi Yuan used the heaven-shocking lightning, the strike of a Heavenly Emperor directly leveled a radius of 10,000 miles to the ground. Ju Luoji, that was several tens of thousands of miles away, also suffered a powerful secondary impact. That kind of power was really too frightening. Once a divine war was launched, it would surely be fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open and the people plunged into misery and suffering. It was also precisely so that Heavenly Emperor powerhouses would maintain relative restraint and not easily enter the mundane world, and only move around in the Heavenly Emperor Bottomanda that they opened up. Now, Long Ji actually said that the Dragon Clan was going to launch a divine war for this little girl. By the side, Yi Yuan observed with cool detachment, but monstrous waves already set off in his heart. He felt that Long Xiaochun's threat was only joking around just now, but looking at it now, it was not ordinary. Long Xiaochun definitely had an extremely important position in the Dragon Clan. He did not expect that this artless and childlike little girl was actually so unfathomable. Even Heavenly Emperor Zishu was also stunned by Long Ji's words. Qi Zhan's status in the Qilin clan was indeed extremely high, but it also did not reach the extent of launching a divine war. The Qilin clan sending him this time, more importantly, it was still for the sake of obtaining the Emperor Bone. But this summing little La S, actually had such an important status? Kill, or not to kill. Heavenly Emperor Zishu actually fell into hesitation. After all, the significance of divine war, these 2 words was exceptional. Once the Dragon Clan and Qilin clan started a divine war, it would probably engulf the entire Demon Divine region. With the 2 clans' strength, the casualties would definitely be very tragic. Arriving in the mortal world, he was a supreme Heavenly Emperor hegemon. But in front of the 2 clans' top major powers, he was still inadequate to look at. He could not shoulder divine war. 2 words. Heavenly Emperor Zishu was not worried that Long Ji was lying. No Heavenly Emperor powerhouse dared to use divine war, this kind of word, to threaten the other party. Furthermore, looking at the clues and inklings. Long Xiaochun, this little girl seemed to really be exceptional. Forget it, looking on the account of the Dragon Clan. I'll spare your dog life. But you have to be more careful. Maybe someday, my Qilin clan will come and take your life. You don't be so lucky every time. Heavenly Emperor Zishu finally heaved a sigh and looked at Yi Yuan as he said coolly. Everyone looked at the sky in disbelief. Heavenly Emperor Zishu actually gave up just like that. With Heavenly Emperor Zishu leaving, it would also be equivalent to Yi Yuan slapping their faces for nothing. The Qilin clan was considered to have swallowed the insult and humiliation silently. With the Qilin clan's pride, they were actually able to stomach this insult. It seemed like the deterrence of divine war, 2 words, was really huge. Longji also let out a slight sigh in relief, but shot Long Xiaochun a fierce glare. The latter rolled her eyes and turned her head around, completely ignoring him. When Long Ji saw the situation, he could not help feeling stifled. Heavenly Emperor Zishu turned around and arrived beside the Emperor Bone. But right at this time, there was a ripple in the void. A figure stepped out of the void first and grabbed the Emperor Bone. Dao Mark! You can actually control Dao Mark. Heavenly Emperor Zishu's eyes turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Humph! This emperor already spared your life, but you actually still want to take away the Emperor Bone?" Chapter 21:20. You knew that I was around? Chapter 21:20. You knew that I was around? Apart from Gongyang Lai, who did not feel surprised, the pupils of the other Heavenly Emperor powerhouses shrunk. They were clearly stunned by this scene just now. A true D-realm powerhouse grasping Dao Mark. This kind of thing was unheard of. Yi Yuan actually used Dao Mark to break Heavenly Emperor Zishu's restraints. This was simply inconceivable. But very soon, each and every one of them shook their heads and sighed. This Yi Yuan was really courting death. Even if he grasped Dao Mark, the 2 people's strengths were not on the same level at all. Yi Yuan's eyes were icy cold as he said, "Mine means it's mine. Want to bring away the Emperor Bone? Not unless you step on my corpse." Yi Yuan could be said to have experienced 1,000 hearts. HI plus PS to obtain the Emperor Bone. Obtaining the Emperor Bone, Yi Yuan was equivalent to the Emperor Bone's master. He absolutely did not allow others to take the Emperor Bone away. Even if the Emperor Bone was taken away by the Qilin clan, it would also be impossible for them to obtain the Emperor Bone's recognition. Ho-hoo, you think that with the Dragon Clan protecting you, this Emperor really doesn't dare to kill you? Heavenly Emperor Zishu's fury, that had just calmed down, rose up once more. This kid was simply ignorant. He turned to Long Ji and said in a solemn voice, "Long Ji, this emperor has already given your Dragon Clan face. If you guys dare to stop again, don't blame this emperor for being ruthless." Long Xiaochun was just about to speak when she heard that, but how could Long Ji give her the chance? He directly made a move and imprisoned her. "Let me go." "Uncle Ji, still not letting go. I'm going to cry." Long Xiaochun screamed. Long Ji casually pointed a finger. Long Xiaochun's eyes rolled back and actually fainted. Long Ji carried the unconscious Long Xiaochun and said coolly, "Lord Zishu, rest assured. Long Ji won't stop you again." Similarly, a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, Long Ji was very clear that the dignity of a Heavenly Emperor could not be violated. Today, for Long Xiaochun's sake, Heavenly Emperor Zishu already put down his dignity and did not stoop to her level. But if they reached for a yard after taking an inch, no one could bear the fury of a Heavenly Emperor. The term divine war could indeed threaten Heavenly Emperor Zishu, but it was also impossible to make a Heavenly Emperor give in limitlessly. For the sake of not letting Long Xiaochun mess around, Long Ji could only knock her out. Indeed, launching a divine war for a true Ji, D-Realm was not worth it. Even though Long Ji was very curious about Yi Yuan, this curiosity was not enough to let him protect Yi Yuan to death. Heavenly Emperor Zishu nodded slightly, turned to Yi Yuan, and said with a cold smile, "Heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk. H-E-L. L has no gate, yet you want to barge inside. Now, N-O. Body can save you from up in the heavens to down below the earth. Who said that N-O body can save him?" Just as Heavenly Emperor Zishu's aura surged to the sky, a man in a blue garment slowly walked out of the void with his hands behind his back, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. The arrival was a middle-aged man with a long flowing beard, his complexion rosy akin to Marquis Guanyu I. The middle-aged man with a flowing beard looked very ordinary, just like a mortal, but Heavenly Emperor Zishu's facial expression was an unprecedented solemnness. Seeing this middle-aged man in blue, Heavenly Emperor Zishu was akin to facing a great enemy as he said in a deep voice, "Who is your esteemed self? Could it be that you also want to be into my Qilin clan's affairs?" With his strength, he actually could not see through the blue-clothed man's depths. Yi Yuan looked at the back view of the man in blue and said coldly, "You finally came out." The man in blue ignored Heavenly Emperor Zishu, but he turned his head and said with surprise, "You knew that I was around." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I didn't know, but I could feel that there was someone watching here." The man in blue was slightly taken aback and said with a nod, "No, Wonder Master conferred you Second Sage. The T of Second Sage is fully deserving." The moment these words came out, everyone broke out into a commotion. The pupils of the few great heavenly emperors also shrunk, their gazes revealing astonishment. Who was the person who conferred Yi Yuan as Second Sage? Sacred Ancestor, High Priest. This man in blue actually called Sacred Ancestor, High Priest, as his master. Then his status was already almost certain. Sacred Ancestor, High Priest's 11 disciples. Each one was an earth-shaking great figure. Even the weakest High Priest Red Plume was a late-stage Heavenly Emperor Peerless powerhouse. This one in front of them was clearly not High Priest Red Plume. Otherwise, Gongyang Lai would not have no reaction at all. Then, who was this person? Even Yi Yuan's icy cold eyes also shrunk slightly. He had long felt that someone was watching here. Furthermore, this aura, he had a very familiar feeling. Hence, that was why he risked his life, and also had to S-N-A-T-C-H the Emperor Bone back. Giving the Emperor Bone to others with both hands was not his Yi Yuan's style. It was just that he also did not expect that Sacred Ancestor, High Priest, actually sent his own disciple over personally. The entire incident was started by Qi Zhan. With the unexpected turn of events, until now, several Heavenly Emperor powerhouses showed themselves. In the end, it actually startled Sacred Ancestor, High Priest. Gongyang Lai had also never seen before the man in blue, but his status was high above, so Gongyang Lai had clearly heard about him before. From the clues and inklings, he determined the ident. One tie of the man in blue and hurriedly bowed in salute and said, "Could your excellency be High Priest Star Drive?" The man in blue looked towards him and said coolly, "That's right. It's precisely this venerable. It's actually High Priest Star Drive. That's Sacred Ancestor, High Priest's 7th disciple. His status is even above High Priest Red Plume's." I didn't expect it. Really didn't expect it. I can actually see High Priest Star Drive's true self one day. Looks like we all underestimated Sacred Ancestor, High Priest's resolve. All the demon race powerhouses in the city had devout looks looking at the High Priest Star Drive above the void. Sacred Ancestor, High Priest was a paramount existence. His disciples similarly enjoyed the wars. plus P of the demon race powerhouses. Their lineage created countless powerhouses for the demon race, and also let the demon race be able to stand tall in the heavenspan world. This man in blue was precisely GMO, who was always by sacred ancestor, High Priest side. He was known as High Priest Stardrive. It was just that the name GMO, extremely few people knew of it. Gongyang Lai had a look of astonishment, and he slowly knelt down and said, "Old servant Gongyang Lai, offer greetings to High Priest Stardrive." GMO gave a cold snort and directly pointed a finger out. Bang! Gongyang Lai's figure flew out backward, spurting out a mouthful of blood with a cough. But he hurriedly crawled up and knelt back down. GMO said coolly, "Crippled 10,000 years of your cultivation and imprisonment for 5,000 years of confinement. Go." Gongyang Lai's complexion was deathly pale as he prostrated deeply and said, "Thank Lord Stardrive's kindness of not killing." He smiled ruefully to no end in his heart. He thought that second sage was merely conveniently set by sacred ancestor, High Priest. What did a mere true D-realm count for? But he severely underestimated Yi Yuan's status in sacred ancestor, High Priest's heart. High Priest Stardrive arriving here was absolutely not representing himself, but he was actually representing sacred ancestor, High Priest. Sending High Priest Stardrive over, the significance was extraordinary. That was virtually equivalent to sacred ancestor, High Priest arriving in person. Everyone opened their eyes wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. Similarly, a heavenly emperor powerhouse, Gongyang Lai was simply like an ant in front of High Priest Stardrive. Crippled your cultivation and confined you, you still had to thank the Lord for his kindness. But everyone understood in their hearts that High Priest Stardrive was enraged because Gongyang Lai offended Yi Yuan. The Qilin clan bore down upon the borders with a great army, but not only Gongyang Lai did not protect Second Sage, he also actually even took the initiative to hand over Second Sage. He already committed a severe offense. 1. Annotation text missing. Chapter 21:21. You owe Second Sage. Chapter 21:21. You owe Second Sage. Taking care of Gongyang Lai, GMO slowly turned around and looked at Heavenly Emperor Zishu as he said with a cold smile, "Heh, your Qilin clan is really awe-inspiring." The entire incident, GMO observed with cool detachment from the sidelines. It was just that even though so many powerhouses present, only Yi Yuan alone discovered his existence. As for the Qilin clan's show of authority, he naturally took it all into his sights. The reason he did not take action was that he wanted to see Yi Yuan's limits and also wanted to see how great Yi Yuan's potential was. Although sacred ancestor, High Priest conferred Yi Yuan as Second Sage, actually GMO was the same as High Priest Red Plume. They were more or less having some reservations about Yi Yuan. A mere true D-realm powerhouse actually rode above 11 great disciples. This kind of thing, anyone would also feel that it was too ridiculous. But watching the show, GMO's attitude toward Yi Yuan already completely changed. Not only was Yi Yuan an unrivaled alchemy genius, making all alchemy geniuses pale in comparison, he was also a martial arts genius at the same time. Yi Yuan's combat power virtually made those in the same rank perspire from Imbara. As meant, what was more terrifying was that Yi Yuan actually grasped Dao Mark with true D-realm cultivation. No wonder his master viewed Yi Yuan as his opponent. Even if it was just in terms of alchemy Dao, Yi Yuan Serpa S. Sing them apprentice brothers in the future was likely a sure bet too. When Heavenly Emperor Zishu learned GMO Zident 1. Tai, he also sucked in a cold breath. He never would have thought that sacred ancestor High Priest actually attached such importance to this so-called Second Sage. to actually send his direct disciple over personally. Heavenly emperors did not step into the mortal world. But GMO, this kind of apex existence, rarely even took part in the disputes of heavenly emperors. A late-stage, heaven-span world peak powerhouse was this heaven-span world's true hegemon, but High Priest Star Drive actually personally descended upon the human world for Yi Yuan. But even if it was facing High Priest Stardrive also could not weaken the Qilin clan's imposing momentum. He immediately gave a bow toward GMO and said in a deep voice, "Lord Stardrive's words, Zishu doesn't understand. Even if Yi Yuan is the second sage, he killed my Qilin clan's #1 alchemy genius, making my clan suffer a great loss in strength in alchemy. He also seized my clan's emperor bone. Could it be that my Qilin clan is acting without any justifiable reason?" High Priest Stardrive stared at Heavenly Emperor Zishu, staring until the latter shuddered. High Priest Stardrive said coolly, "Oh, your Qilin clan really knows how to play the blame game. Since Second Sage arrived in the West City, this emperor has been paying close attention. This matter was your Qilin clan finding trouble first to begin with. Second Sage endured time, and again, but you guys went from bad to worse. Forget about that Qi ped the agreement. He even threatened to make Second Sage offer up the Emperor Bone and make apologies. Haha, the Second Sage that Master personally conferred, but you all made him apologize. Are you guys looking down on Second Sage or looking down on Master?" MN. When he said the last word, GMO glared fiercely. A powerful soul force stabbed straight for Heavenly Emperor Zishu's divine soul. Heavenly Emperor Zishu's entire body trembled and actually knelt in front of GMO uncontrollably, while at this time, GMO's figure moved, moving aside, revealing Yi Yuan behind. Heavenly Emperor Zishu's kneeling just happened to kneel down toward Yi Yuan, a late-stage Heavenly Emperor Peerless powerhouse. Furthermore, it was a high priest who was powerful in the divine soul aspect. How powerful was GMO's soul force? If he was willing, just the stare earlier could turn Zishu's soul to dust. Heavenly Emperor Zishu's face turned deathly pale, as if he fell gravely ill. He looked at GMO, his face full of alarm and fear. High Priest Stardrive was too strong. Each and every one of the demon race powerhouses in the city was extremely shocked that the Qilin clan came in a threatening manner this time. In the end, two Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, one was suppressed and made to kneel by Yi Yuan, while the other was personally suppressed by High Priest Stardrive and also knelt down. This face was utterly lost. Furthermore, this time, High Priest Red Plume even invited many reclusive demon race powerhouses over. The Qilin clan was considered to have completely tripped this time, but the demons in the city were all worried. High Priest Stardrive was so domineering. Was he not afraid of the Qilin clan's revenge? "Lord Stardrive, this is taking advantage of your power to bully people. Are you bullying my Qilin clan for having an body?" Heavenly Emperor Zishu gritted his teeth and said, GMO smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "This emperor knows that your Qilin clan is very strong, being not beneath my priest temple. But it's not your turn to come and question this emperor yet. This kneel, you owe Second Sage." GMO's gaze then turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Second Sage was personally conferred by Master. His status is even above us direct disciples. You, a mere third firmament Heavenly Emperor, came to humiliate my priest temple's second sag. Isn't that slapping Master's face? It's you who is bullying my priest temple for having an body." GMO's voice was akin to a great bell, reverberated throughout the world. His rage represented the sacred ancestor, High Priest's rage. Originally, Yi Yuan's second sage was merely A.T. I Tli. No one would take it to heart, but GMO, descending personally, the significance of second sage was totally different. Hence, Heavenly Emperor Zishu's kneel was not unjust. Heavenly Emperor Zishu's face was ashen. Same as everyone present, the Qilin clan also underestimated the weight of Yi Yuan, this second sage. Furthermore, this underestimation was a severe underestimation. Sacred Ancestor High Priest did not treat him as a junior that could be molded, but Sacred Ancestor truly put Yi Yuan on a seat with equal footing. The height of his expectations exceeded everyone's imaginations. Heavenly Emperor Zishu gritted his teeth and said, "Even so, my Qilin clan also doesn't tolerate Lord Stardrive to humiliate us like so." GMO smiled faintly when he heard that and said, "Is that so? If you're not convinced, you can invite the Qilin clan's powerhouses over. This emperor will await respectfully at any time. My priest temple doesn't fear a divine war." When Heavenly Emperor Zishu heard that, his pupils could not help constricting. GMO said it very casually, but the weight of this sentence was too heavy. How can this be? Lord Second Sage is merely a true D realm martial artist, but why would Sacred Ancestor High Priest value him so highly? Sacred Ancestor High Priest actually has no qualms on launching a divine war for Second Sage. Looks like we still underestimated Lord Second Sage's status in Sacred Ancestor High Priest's heart. The demon race powerhouses present were all shook to the core. High Priest Stardrive's nonchalant words represented Sacred Ancestor High Priest's powerful determination. If the Qilin clan dared to touch Yi Yuan, this divine war definitely could not be avoided. Either battle or withdraw. The power to choose was handed to the Qilin clan. Heavenly Emperor Zishu sucked in a deep breath, looked toward Yi Yuan with a complicated expression, and finally let out a sigh and said, "This matter, Zishu is unable to make a decision. But Lord Stardrive's words, Zishu will definitely deliver it." Done talking, Heavenly Emperor Zishu stood up with some difficulty and planned on leaving. "Stop. Did this emperor let you guys go?" GMO said coolly. Heavenly Emperor Zishu's expression changed, and he said in a cold voice, "Why? Does Lord Stardrive really want to kill me? Although Zishu isn't some important person, I also represent the Qilin clan's face. If I die here, this divine war will likely really can't be avoided." GMO did not seem to have heard his words. His gaze sweeping around, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Today, all the people of virtue are here. Then, let's witness Second Sage's strength together." Chapter 21-22, Entering the Game. Chapter 21-22, Entering the Game. GMO flicked his sleeves grandly. A small and exquisite chessboard slowly flew out. A majestic and insubstantial aura of Tao gushed out, instantly covering the entire world. It was as if this chessboard was a world. When people with extensive knowledge saw this, their faces could not help changing drastically as they cried out with surprise, "Ask not. This is Ask Not. Only Ask Not has such a mysterious and unpredictable aura." Someone asked doubtfully, "Second Sage? Hasn't Second Sage already cleared Ask Not before? Wouldn't using this to exhibit his strength be a joke?" "What the HEL do you know? Sacred Ancestor High Priest has made countless rubbings of Ask Not and handed it to the various priest temples. But the rubbings of Ask Not chess game vary in concept. What's enshrined by the various priest temples are merely the lowest level version of Ask Not. It probably doesn't even have 1/10,000th of the true Ask Not's power. In this case, this Ask Not chess game is very incredible. Is there still a need to say? Would the ask not that high priest star drive personally brought overbe of the common sort? Numerous demon race powerhouses were anxious and doubtful, looking at that tiny chessboard with incredible shock. GMO looked at Yi Yuan and opened his mouth and said, "Second Sage, Master said that you must be very interested in Ask Not. So he ordered me to bring it over. This chessboard is the real Ask Not." Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, immediately revealing strong interest. Heavenly Emperor Zishu, Heavenly Emperor Shaoyun, Longji, and the rest, their pupils shrunk, revealing a look of astonishment. Ask Not's great reputation. Even if they were in pseudo-worlds, they had also heard of it. This was the real Ask Not, an eternal chess game with boundless power. Ho, the person who knows me well is still Sacred Ancestor, High Priest. Challenging Ask Not the last time. The medicine ancestor was too weak. I truly couldn't muster up interest. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone was speechless. Medicine ancestor was too weak. This sort of words. Only Yi Yuan would dare to say it out. But GMO was slightly shocked in his heart and could not help recalling his scene of challenging Ask Not back then. Back then, when he challenged Ask Not, that was a hairbreadth escape. He almost did not come out alive. But arriving at Yi Yuan here, he felt that the opponent was too weak. That was Medicine Ancestor. Although he did not personally see the sight of Yi Yuan clearing the hurdle, his master had told him before. Back then, Yi Yuan replaced his master. Then he had a great battle with Medicine Ancestor, finally completely routing the Medicine Ancestor. How grandiose and exciting was that battle, GMO said. Master sealed 50% of the power with a great divine ability. Inside this Ask Not, it still contains 50% of the power. However, even if it's only 50% power, this Emperor can't clear it either. Does Second Sage dare to challenge it? What? Sealed 50% of the power, and High Priest Star Drive actually can't even make it through? Just what kind of existence in this Ask Not? The rubbing Ask Nots only have 1/10,000th power and already heaven-shocking might. Just 50% power. It's too terrifying. Second Sage is just a 6-star priest. Unless his head is spoiled, why would he go and challenge Ask Not? This was the real Ask Not. It was the game field of the Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor, High Priest, these two peerless alchemy experts. That kind of existences could destroy heaven and earth with a wave of a hand. Although it was just a Tao debate, Heavenly Emperor powerhouses did not dare to easily set foot in it either, let alone a measly little Yi Yuan. I've already been captivated by this Ask Not for a long time. So how can I miss it? Activate it. Yi Yuan said coolly. Star Drive laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, what a heroic Second Sage." This Emperor is also very curious just how great Second Sage's potential is. It was only to see him pointing at the void. A bright red light beam hit the chessboard, and the chessboard immediately erupted with rays of brilliant light. A horrifying to the extreme pressure instantly bloomed. Originally, that chessboard only gave people a profound and mysterious feeling. But only at this time did the people realize that this was the battlefield of two apex figures. Is this Sacred Ancestor, High Priest, here to verify strength, or here to kill people? How can just horrifying power be what a mere true G? Oh, D-Realm can resist. Longji marveled with admiration. When Zishu saw this scene, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of his mouth, and he said, "Sacred Ancestor, High Priest had better don't shoot himself in the foot and mess this up. A mere true G. Oh, D-Realm brat, if he can survive amidst the struggle of two apex transcendent heavenly emperors, this emperor will pluck his own head off and let that brat kick it as a ball." Ha! I think that it will definitely be messed up. This kind of power. Even if the likes of us go in, it's also certain death. Just based on a measly little true G. Oh, D-Realm Powerhouse, can he come out alive? Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun said with a cold smile. Rumble. All of a sudden, heaven and earth changed colors. The color of the sky in a radius of 100,000 miles suddenly turned dark. The scene before everyone's eyes changed, as if they had entered another world. Everyone's expressions turned stiff, as if being constrained, unable to move at all. These people then felt a trace of their divine soul being extracted away, feeling a bout of weakness. Above the void, two giants looked at each other across S, P, A, C, almost like G, O, D, S. Heavenly Emperor Zishu's gaze revealed a look of astonishment, and he said in a solemn voice, Heaven and earth as the chessboard, myriad life as the chess pieces. What a tremendous power! Yi Yuan being situated inside, it was akin to facing the entire world. Second Sage, enter the game. High Priest Stardrive looked at Yi Yuan and said, Coolly. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and directly took a step out, entering this world. Yi Yuan's figure directly submerged into this world. Ji Mo's gaze flickered, and he said to himself, disregarding other things, just this resolution, no one can be compared to him. The game between two apex powerhouses. How shocking was the commotion. Once entered the game, it was 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live. To a true G, O, D realm like Yi Yuan, it was practically a hopeless land, certain death. The scene before Yi Yuan's eyes changed. He discovered that he was actually decked out as a foot soldier. In front of 2 peerless powerhouses, Yi Yuan was puny like an ant. Kill! Suddenly, a thunderous voice sounded out. Everyone's divine souls seemed to be pulled by someone. The military strength of the 2 sides started engaging fiercely. Everyone was unable to refuse this order. Yi Yuan was wrapped up inside, akin to a speck of dust in a torrent, unable to control his actions at all. The army on both sides fought together, fiercely just like that. In an instant, there were countless powerhouses that were annihilated. The current Yi Yuan was just an ordinary foot soldier, just like a wooden puppet being towed to go on an expedition all around. Under the footsteps of 2 peerless powerhouses, Yi Yuan was as feeble as a speck of dust. And this scene landed fully in everyone's eyes. What did I say? How can a mere true G, O, D realm influence the game of supreme powerhouses? Once he entered the game, he's just an ant. Sacred Ancestor High Priest asks him to go eat. He won't be able to go west. This show is really fun to watch. Heavenly Emperor Zishu had a cold expression. He just swept a glance over and saw the Yi Yuan in the torrent. The others all had a wisp of divine, soul submerged inside. Even if they died, it also did not matter. But Yi Yuan entered with his real body. Once he was killed by an enemy, that was true death. Heavenly Emperor Zishu had suffered such a big loss in Yi Yuan's hands. He wished for Yi Yuan to die 1,000,000 times over. This outcome was exactly what he wished for. Chapter 21-23, Sword of Will. Chapter 21-23, Sword of Will, with Yi Yuan being wrapped up inside the torrent of the army. Everything was not of his free will. This was the heaven and earth general situation created by Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor, High Priest 2 people. It was even more terrifying than the power of one person. Once entering the chess game, one would be a chess piece. On the battlefield, cold steel glinted and flashed, 10,000 steeds galloped. An unparalleled will descended upon Yi Yuan's body, controlling Yi Yuan to charge forward and kill vigorously. Yi Yuan was very familiar with this willpower. It was precisely Sacred Ancestor, High Priest's will. It was just that compared to the first time. He challenged, ask, not. This will was G, O, D knows how many times stronger. So the moment he entered the game, he was controlled by this will. It did not allow the slightest bit of resistance at all. Humph. So what if it's the real ask not? My will is controlled by me. Break for me. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry. A powerful fighting intent soared to the sky, breaching the firmament. Being situated inside the game, Yi Yuan could not see these two giants at all. They were seemingly two controllers, controlling everything in this world. Humph! An ant is an ant, only fit to be a chess piece. You also dare to vie for glory with us? Suppress. Above the firmament, a D-like voice fell down, shocking the entire battlefield. At the same time, an enormous palm fell from the sky, landing on the mortal world. This palm was dropped precisely for Yi Yuan. When the people outside the game saw this scene, they turned pale with fright one after another. Too terrifying. This is the power of heaven and earth. Yi Yuan is courting death here, challenging this kind of heaven-shocking chess game. There's only following the rules strictly. How can one resist such will? Sacred ancestor, high priest, who is inside the chess game, doesn't recognize whatever second sage. Yi Yuan daring to resist, his will aroused his fury. Sacred ancestors' will is akin to the will of heaven and earth, undefiable. How can a mere true G, D realm be able to resist it? Following the palm landing, everyone thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. Just this will could crush heavenly emperors to dust, let alone a puny little true G. D realm? Ha ha! I thought what incredible talent he is. Turns out that he is a fool. With his talent, it's also not impossible for him to reach sacred ancestor, high priest's boundary in the future. But right now, he's an ant. A firefly also dares to contend for glory with the bright moon, sacred ancestor, high priest's will. Even the likes of us can't withstand it. But just based on his strength, heavenly emperor Zishu laughed unceasingly when he saw the situation. Yi Yuan's action was courting death in their eyes. Reaching medicine ancestors and sacred ancestor, high priest's level of realm that was only a hair's breadth away from Tao ancestor. Their will was virtually equivalent to the will of heaven and earth. How could a mere ant's will rival heaven and earth? What was this if not seeking death? The enormous palm fell from the sky, bringing a power to crush all life. Poor! The giant palm had yet to land completely when Yi Yuan already spurted a mouthful of fresh blood out wildly. That horrifying pressure directly bent his waist. Those who submit prospers, those who defy dies. How can this emperor's will allow defiance? Die! Sacred ancestor, high priest's awe-inspiring voice came from above the void. Rumble! Right at this time, another extremely horrifying pressure descended from the sky. An enormous cauldron slowly emerged from the void, suppressing Yi Yuan. Pooh! The moment the enormous cauldron appeared, Yi Yuan's entire person was akin to being struck by lightning, fresh blood spurting wildly. A giant cauldron, an enormous palm, pressed on Yi Yuan's shoulders akin to two large mountains. That horrifying willpower was seemingly like a sledgehammer, bombarding Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness nonstop, making him submit. At the outside world, there was a series of exclamations. This giant cauldron is the medicine ancestor's will. The medicine ancestor is enraged too. My two leviathans being enraged at the same time. What kind of terrifying will is this? Mad. Utterly insane. Second sage is courting death here. This is the chess game of two giants, but he wants to intervene flagrantly, challenging the will of two leviathans. The two are enraged at the same time now. This ask not was the true ask not. It was completely different from the one Yi Yuan challenged before. Inside that ask not, the true sovereign was the sacred ancestor, high priest. But in this place, there were two hegemons. In fact, medicine ancestor's strength was even above sacred ancestor, high priests. Yi Yuan's unyielding will had surprised not just sacred ancestor, high priest, but there was also the medicine ancestor. With two sovereigns taking action at the same time, the entire world became dim and dark. That kind of horrifying pressure felt as if the apocalypse had arrived. Even if the rest were not inside the game, they also felt tremendous pressure. At this time, Yi Yuan's hair was disheveled. His eyes, nose, and ears were actually all bleeding. The pressure that he endured, bystanders were completely unable to imagine it. When GMO saw this scene, his expression was very complicated. He had also cleared Ask Not before, but he did not dare to provoke the two Leviathans' will at all. Even if 50% of the power was sealed, he also did not dare to confront these two people's will pressure. Inside this chess game, even if he was the sacred ancestor's disciple, he could only be relegated to be a chess piece. Those two people were not people of the mortal world at all. Their strength was too horrifying. Only by being situated inside the chess game and watching their showdown of magical abilities could one vividly experience these two people's boundless power. GMO let out a sigh and slowly opened his mouth and said, "Second Sage, give up. Medicine ancestor and master are two of this world's strongest existences, their strengths being unfathomable. One day in the future, you might be able to contend with their will. But right now, you're unable to challenge their will at all. With your talent and strength, as long as you let nature take its course, you'll be able to break the deadlock." GMO's voice said right through Ask Not and transmitted inside the chess game. Yi Yuan laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "There's no give up two words in my Yi Yuan's dictionary. Without the heart of a powerful powerhouse, how can one surmount above the 9 heavens? Yi Yuan, will never be a chess piece. Competing in strength, Yi Yuan, am poles apart from you guys. But comparing will, Yi Yuan absolutely won't lose to you. With my will, sever the firmament. Condense for me." Yi Yuan roared wildly, a stubborn will surging to the sky. Amidst everyone's dumbfounded gazes, an enormous sword slowly condensed and formed. That powerful aura was actually not the slightest bit weaker compared to the two sovereigns. A long sword condensed, slowly shooting to the sky, and actually flew over towards the giant cauldron. That's the sword of will. How is that possible? No way, right? Yi Yuan's will is actually able to condense such a terrifying giant sword. He's going to clash head-on with the medicine ancestor here. Once he fails, his sea of consciousness will completely collapse, and he'll die without a burial ground. A series of exclamations came from outside the game. This sword of will was the manifestation of all of Yi Yuan's will, fusing all of his comprehensions in sword Tao and spatial law. The pressure among the wills was not the slightest bit weaker than the two heavyweights. Being able to condense such a terrifying sword of will indicated that Yi Yuan's willpower was already comparable to the medicine ancestor, this kind of transcendent big shot. How could the people present not be surprised? GMO looked at this scene. His expression was complicated as he muttered, "As the saying goes, how big the heart is, how large heaven and earth is. I truly find it hard to imagine that you actually have such willpower. I finally understand why Master conferred you as second sage. I am inferior to you." Chapter 21-24, Heaven-Defying Rise. Chapter 21-24, Heaven-Defying Rise Crack. Crack, crack. Shattering sounds came from above the void. The giant sword that Yi Yuan condensed actually started cracking. One fine thread after another came out from the sword of will. The two transcendent heavenly emperors' will suppression was ultimately too strong. Looking at the sword of will that was about to collapse, Heavenly Emperor Zishu said with a cold smile, "Humph, humph. See, if you still don't die. So what even if you condense a sword of will? Even if your will is higher than the heavens, how can it deal with two supreme powerhouses at the same time?" The giant cauldron and enormous palm were still falling. The sword of will barely managed to withstand these two powerful wills. It was just that looking at the appearance, it could not sustain for long. Sigh, ultimately weaker by a notch. In this heaven-span world, how many people dare to deal with these two powerhouses' wills at the same time? It is a shame. Second Sage is such a gifted character. A series of lamentations came from outside the game, one after another feeling sorry for Yi Yuan, this genius who was about to fall. However, amidst the bemoaning, Yi Yuan's palm faced the sky, and another heaven-shocking will burst forth. With my dragon soul, stabilize the universe. Condense for me. Yi Yuan gave an angry cry, his clothes fluttering madly in the strong wind. Immediately after, a dragon soul will that was not inferior to the sword of will rose to the sky. Roar. The azure dragon's mouth emitted an unwilling roar. That was the angry roar of rejecting fate. That was the angry roar of not fearing the powerful. That was the angry roar of not willing to be mediocre. The enormous dragon rose to the sky and welcomed the giant palm. Bang! A giant sword versus a giant cauldron. A giant dragon versus a giant palm. Amidst everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the giant cauldron and the giant palm actually ceased their momentum of falling. For powerful will forms actually confronted each other in the air. An enormous shock made this world tremble. Fierce wind howled. Heaven and earth crumbled. The men and horses on the battlefield collapsed right away, being shocked into nothingness by these four powerful wills. This is a true dragon will. How can he have such a pure and powerful true dragon will? This willpower has probably already reached the level of ancestor. Long Ji looked at the Yi Yuan inside the game, his eyes almost popping out. Previously, even when Yi Yuan used dragon race bloodline and used the voice of the dragon Ji, he was not so surprised. But a true dragon will was different. The will existed in the divine soul. For Yi Yuan to be able to use true dragon will, it represented that he had a pure dragon soul, which was also to say that Yi Yuan was a true dragon race member. Furthermore, this true dragon will could actually stand up to sacred ancestor, high priest giant palm as an equal. What kind of existence was that? Yi Yuan's true dragon bloodline was even purer and stronger than the vast majority of the dragon race. By the side, Long Xiaochun also opened her eyes wide, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Not long ago, she already woke up. She opened her mouth wide and said in disbelief, Yi Yuan's true dragon will is actually even stronger than mine. Truly inconceivable. However, it was not over yet. Yi Yuan held his palm up. Another earth-shaking will rose to the sky once more. This time, it was an enormous Qilin Emperor bone. Yi Yuan did not know what level of a powerhouse of the Qilin Emperor bone was when he was alive, but he had died for countless years and could still suppress heavenly emperor powerhouses with bloodline power. Even if it was inferior to the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor, high priest, it was likely not far off either. Since that was the case, would the residual will inside the Qilin Emperor bone be of the common sort? Sure enough, an enormous Qilin leaped to the sky, plussing over towards the giant cauldron and giant palm. Bang! Heaven and earth trembled again. The addition of the Qilin would make the battle situation undergo a heaven-shocking grand reversal. The giant cauldron and giant palm were actually pushed back by the three great wills. Sword of Will, True Dragon Will, Qilin Will, three powerful wills actually pushed the giant cauldron and giant palm and rose high into the sky, heading straight for the clouds. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. How is this possible? Yi Yuan defeated the wills of two mighty transcendent heavenly emperors with his will alone. Just what kind of freak is this guy? He's just at the true G. Oh, D realm. When he reaches the realm of heavenly emperor in the future, what kind of terrifying existence would he be? This scene before their eyes came too shockingly. Everyone was stunned. Prior to this, no one was able to imagine that a true D's willpower could actually contend with two great, transcendent heavenly emperors. Those two people were this world's strongest existences. Tao ancestors not emerging, the two of them could virtually be said to be undefeatable existences. Even if Yi Yuan was heaven-defying, when it condensed his will, contending with one person was already the limit. But who could have thought that Yi Yuan actually condensed three will forms all at once and beat the will forms of the two mighty powerhouses back to above the sky? Arg! Yi Yuan's angry roar still lingered in their ears, carrying unyieldingness, carrying powerful desire. The speed of the three great will forms became faster and faster, flying straight for the firmament. Bang! A loud bang came over. The entire chess game world quaked fiercely. A hole was poked out in the sky. It was deathly silent outside the game. Even GMO also opened his mouth wide at this time, unable to close it for a long time. This scene was seriously too shocking. Before this, he already did his best to overestimate Yi Yuan. But how could he have thought that Yi Yuan was actually monstrous to such a degree? Sword of Will, True Dragon Will, Qilin Will. No matter which kind, they were extremely hard to come by existences. But these three kinds of willpower actually appeared on Yi Yuan at the same time. Simply unimaginable. A hint of a bitter smile flashed across the corners of his mouth, and he said, "Master, just what kind of a terrifying opponent did you find? Once he rises up in the future, will you really be his match?" Even though this was inside the not chess game, and not a true compet, one tie-in in strength, the potential and strength that Yi Yuan displayed made people daunted at the sight of it. This was a special battlefield. To a certain degree, Yi Yuan already defeated the teaming up of Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor, High Priest two people. This kind of battle achievement was sufficient to shock the world. The more one reached his level of realm, the more one could feel the importance of martial Tao, will to a martial artist. Just as Yi Yuan said, without the heart of a powerhouse, how could one arrive at the summit and look down upon the world? Heavenly Emperor Zishu started dumbfoundedly with his mouth agape as he muttered, how is this possible? How is this possible? A mere true G. D Realm's willpower could actually defeat the Medicine Ancestors and Sacred Ancestors' combined strike. Those two people are peerless powerhouses above Third Blight. Originally, he already saw the appearance of Yi Yuan being crushed to pieces by these two wills, but who knew that all of a sudden, Yi Yuan rose up heaven-defyingly, his will surmounting the heavens, Cruce, plussing the teaming up of the two mighty peerless powerhouses to dust. Even the world that the two people formed was shattered. This kind of result already exceeded their imaginations. Too terrifying. Bang! At this time, the world inside the chess game collapsed with a loud bang. Two enormous phantoms were projected in the world. The people finally saw the Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor, high priest's true faces. Although they could not be seen distinctly, they truly saw it. Originally, they were hidden in the depths of the chess game, unable to be seen at all. But now, Yi Yuan shattered the world, letting them reappear in the world. 1. Annotation text missing. Chapter 2125. You are too old. Chapter 2125. You are too old. The void vanished into thin air. The chess game fell into a region of chaos. Two mighty sovereigns faced each other across S.P. A. C. without words. At this time, an enormous phantom suddenly cut in horizontally between the two. Looking at the appearance, it was actually Yi Yuan. The phantom slowly opened his mouth and said to the two people, "Now, can I sit and debate on Tao with you guys?" Medicine Ancestor slowly opened his mouth and said, "Possessing 3 Estonies. H.I. Plussing wills is indeed seldom seen. It's just that, to sit and debate on Tao with us, you're still not qualified enough." Sacred Ancestor, High Priest, also said, "How can our boundary be what you can imagine?" Yi Yuan said calmly, "The people are confused by the chess game and don't know that the chess game is the world that the two of you developed, naming it a chess game. In reality, it's the two of you refining to form a world with alchemy Tao. It's just that this world has an imbalance of yin and yang. It's clearly one stronger, one weaker, clearly unable to form a world, and naturally unable to form a pill. Just in terms of alchemy Tao, actually, the two of you have failed." The moment these words came out, the two people were shocked. The two phantoms slowly turned their heads and looked toward Yi Yuan's phantom. Those deep gazes seemingly wanted to see through Yi Yuan. Clearly, the two people both did not expect that Yi Yuan actually had such a profound understanding. And disregarding right or wrong, Yi Yuan had clearly already grasped the essence of the chess game. The chess game was a world, but in reality, it was also a medicinal pill. Bystanders thought that these two people were facing off, but actually, they were refining pills. One pill, one world. These two people were jointly creating a world. These two people's alchemy, Tao, already reached the acme of perfection. It was just that these words sounded like thunder in the ears of everyone in the outside world, especially GMO. His entire body trembled, his gaze revealing an incomparably shocked expression as if being enlightened. So that's how it is. There were countless priests in the city, but among these people, Jimo's alchemy strength was the strongest. So Yi Yuan's words had the greatest impact on him. To them, senior and junior brothers, the ask, not chess game was all too familiar. Ever since following Sacred Ancestor High Priest, them senior and junior brothers had already researched the ask, not chess game for no idea how many years. But them senior and junior brothers were unable to understand the true profound meaning of ask, not from start to end. But presently, it was laid bare by Yi Yuan's one remark. This was not a chess game, but a world, a medicinal pill. It was just that normal people refine pills with spirit medicines. These two people refined pills with great Tao. The two integrated their own Tao into the chessboard with a great divine ability and created a world on the chessboard. It was called a showdown, but in reality, it was an alchemy battle. Each piece that landed developed a portion of the world. This kind of alchemy battle was simply a marvelous work of art. After the shock, GMO used an even more shocked gaze to look at that enormous phantom, his expression indicating him being in a trance. Was this person really just a 6-star priest? This ask not chess game. He had studied it for no less than 10 million years, but could not compare to Yi Yuan's this one short day. Thinking up to here, GMO could not help smiling bitterly. Them senior and junior brothers, 11 people, which one wasn't a prodigious talent in alchemy Tao. In these several tens of millions of years, they had also always thought that this was the case, all the way until encountering Yi Yuan today. Clearly, Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy Tao already touched the essence of Tao. A disdainful voice came from the medicine ancestors. Mouth 'em, humph! A mere ant also dares to have preposterous views on us, ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. The world knows that this game was won by this ancestor. So how can it be your turn to come and be? You, Tian? Ha! Yi Yuan laughed loudly when he heard that. Medicine ancestor's face turned dark, and he said, "Impudent! What's there to laugh about?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'm laughing that you're deceiving yourself as well as others." A powerful aura rippled out. Everyone felt asphyxiated. Clearly, the medicine ancestor was enraged. Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter, looking towards Yi Yuan with incredible shock. This guy was too arrogant to actually dare say that medicine ancestor was deceiving himself as well as others. Wasn't this courting death? However, Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Stop making an empty show of strength. In this place, you're merely the medicine ancestors, Tao. As long as your will can't bring me down, you can't do anything to me." Medicine ancestor sneered and said, "You're wrong. My Tao can also kill you." Yi Yuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. With a disdainful look on his face, he said coolly, "You are already old. Others all call you medicine ancestor, but actually, you're not a Tao ancestor. In these countless tens of thousands of years, you were unable to take this step. You know why?" Not waiting for medicine ancestor to speak, Yi Yuan continued, "Because you're afraid of losing. You indeed won this game, but also lost. Because if your heart yearned for Tao, this ask-not chess game should be a complete world, a true pill of great Tao, and not this current appearance. The vying of alchemy Tao is vie and also fulfilling. If you have a mind as open as a valley free from pride and prejudices, achieving a real world, that would be you winning. Just you wait. Come one day, you'll be Serpa S, said by sacred ancestor, high priest. Of course, you'll also be Serpa S, said by me. You are already old." Each and every one of Yi Yuan's words was akin to one heavy punch after another, striking onto Ji Mo's soul. Other people's boundaries were too shallow and completely did not know what Yi Yuan was talking about. But he understood. Yi Yuan's words sounded wildly conceited, but actually it concealed a profound theory. Alchemy Tao was different from martial Tao. Martial Tao's compet. 1. Tie-in for hegemony did not have number 1. If it was not a win, it was a loss. But what the compet? 1. Tie-in for hegemony for alchemy Tao competed in was Tao heart. If one's Tao heart was firm, they should cherish each opportunity to refine pills and not create an incomplete world. Really spouting drivel. In this world, there's actually someone who dares to talk about Serpa S, sing medicine ancestor. Even sacred ancestor, high priest couldn't do it. Just based on his strength? Heavenly Emperor Zishu responded with a cold smile. In these countless years, there were countless alchemists who wanted to Serpa S the medicine ancestor. But no one had done it before. He thinks that he can do it because he's talented? What a joke. Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun similarly said with a cold smile. The powerhouses in the outside world were all mocking Yi Yuan for overestimating his own ability. In their understanding, the medicine ancestor was already the perfection of alchemy Tao, unable to Serpa S at all. This was the truth verified through countless springs and autumns. It was true that Yi Yuan's talent was high, but wanting to Serpa S the medicine ancestor was totally impossible. Ha ha ha. Kid, I like thy's words. Saying any more is pointless. Begin. At this time, the sacred ancestor high priest, who had been silent all along sudden, pointed at the void. The chessboard trembled once more. That cloud of chaos actually started trembling fiercely, and actually divided into two segments. One finger, heaven and earth split. Medicine Ancestor gave a cold snort and also pointed at the void. A powerful force reverberated between heaven and earth. With this finger, heaven and earth split again. The power of Medicine Ancestor's one finger was clearly much stronger than Sacred Ancestor, High Priest. Heaven and earth became even more distinct from each other. Medicine Ancestor, this finger of yours is too strong. Sure enough, your heart of contending for the upper hand has obstructed your advancement. Yi Yuan laughed loudly and similarly pointed a finger out. It was just that this finger pointing out did not have the two supreme powerhouses kind of power, like nothing happened at all. Everyone was baffled. Wasn't it sitting and debating on Tao? This was also too nonsensical, right? Sure enough, the difference between Yi Yuan's alchemy strength and these two sovereigns was still too big. Chapter 21-26, Stabilizing the Universe. Chapter 21-26, Stabilizing the Universe. Amen. Medicine Ancestor's uncertain voice came from above the void, but Sacred Ancestor, High Priest, laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha, brilliant, stupendous. Kid, you indeed have some skills. It's just that I wonder how long can you last under the two of our great Tao." Everyone had baffled faces. Yi Yuan's move was clearly incomparably lousy. So how was it brilliant? But Jimo's pupils shrunk. His eyes revealed an astonished look. Otherwise could not tell, but he could understand. Yi Yuan's fingers seemed plain and ordinary, but it perfectly remedied some latent dangers left behind during the process of the two great sovereigns hewing open heaven and earth, going according to the original rhythm. Even if the two great sovereigns opened up a world anew, the result would also be exactly the same as before. This was the outcome decided in the chess game, so no one could change it. But now, with Yi Yuan smoothing things over in the middle, it was totally different. Yi Yuan's strength was insufficient to partic 1p8 in the two people's development of the world to create the world. But he had his own Tao. This is the yin-yang harmony that he spoke of. How incredible! GMO could not refrain from marveling with admiration. When Long Ji and the rest heard this, they did not understand, but felt that it was very impressive. To be able to make GMO let out such an emotional sigh, this finger move was absolutely remarkable. It was just that they were totally clueless about alchemy Tao. So how could they see through the profundities involved? Again, amidst the loud laughter, Sacred Ancestor, High Priest pointed another finger out. Heaven and earth divided again. Medicine Ancestor gave a cold snort and also pointed a second finger out, being incomparably sharp. Yi Yuan's gaze revealed a hint of a solemn look, but he also pointed a second finger out without the slightest hesitation. This finger was the same as before, also without any noise. The three people's showdown seemed played down, but in reality, it was incomparably perilous. Under the two great sovereigns' great Tao, if Yi Yuan made the slightest error, it would be the outcome of being smashed to pieces. No matter how talented Yi Yuan was, he was also just a true G. Oh, D-realm powerhouse. So how could he bear two mighty transcendent heavenly emperors, Tao ACCU, mulations, taking part in the two people's showdown? He was actually serving a pivotal function in front of the two great sovereigns, borrowing force to deliver force, and not him really exerting much force. But how could this sort of thing be that simple? If it were bystanders, they probably would not even be able to block a single exchange, and would be directly crushed to dust by the two great sovereigns' power of great Tao. But Yi Yuan's realm was too low in the end. It was already extremely difficult to survive under the two great sovereigns' heavy pressure, let alone that he even had to repair the damaged world because of the two people's showdown in magical abilities. The second finger that Medicine Ancestor pointed out was incomparably swift and fierce. It contained thick Tao intent, with killing intent being extremely heavy. Medicine Ancestor's move was clearly in order to exert greater pressure on Yi Yuan, trying to make him die under the two people's Tao ACCU mulations. The three people were akin to playing a game, taking turns to point out one finger after another. A brand new world gradually appeared in front of everyone. GMO looked ahead, a trace of understanding flash. Plussing across in his eyes. To a powerhouse of his level, every improvement was extremely hard to come across. Not making advancements for several tens or even several hundreds of thousands of years was also normal, but these short few days of observation could match several tens of thousands of years of his bitter cultivation. Originally, he could not figure out the ask-not chess game after racking his brains. But with Yi Yuan's addition, he actually had a feeling of suddenly seeing the light. Yi Yuan's technique was completely not worth mentioning in front of the two great sovereigns. But it was precisely because of his appearance that made this world become more perfect. The places where he cast the spell were all lacking areas originally in ask-not, covering the incompleteness and regret caused by the two great sovereigns' magical showdown. Under Yi Yuan's partic, 1 Asian, a perfect world was being sketched out little by little. Time said day by day. The powerhouses of the outside world became more and more astonished. They had once thought of countless possibilities for Yi Yuan to clear ask-not, but they had never thought that Yi Yuan was actually clearing the hurdle with such a method. Sitting and debating on Tao with two great sovereigns, creating a world, this kind of method was way too inconceivable. Before this, if someone said that a 6-star priest would sit and debate on Tao with the two great alchemy Tao sovereigns, they would definitely turn their noses up in contempt and then ridicule the person endlessly. But now, their inner hearts were completely filled with shock. Time flew by. In a blink, half a year already said. The situation isn't good. You guys, look, Yi Yuan's complexion is pale. It seems like he's already completely drained like a lamp without oil. It's already been half a year. He hasn't stopped in the slightest and is actually only at the end of his ropes until now. This guy is really a freak. A true D-realm powerhouse is facing two great alchemy Tao sovereigns, and yet he could actually hold on for as long as half a year. It's simply unimaginable. Even this Empyrean, would have long reached the end of my ropes too. Inside the chessboard, Yi Yuan's complexion was pale, his forehead seeping out fine beads of sweat beads, his entire person seemingly very frail. A fierce battle lasting half a year, regardless of whether it was divine essence or soul force. Yi Yuan already reached the limit. Humph. Boy, I didn't expect that you could hold out until now. But it also ends here. Medicine Ancestor gave a cold snort and pointed a finger out once more. Powerful Tao ACCU. Mulations covered the world as easily as Cruz. Plussing dead leaves, inflicting heavy damage on the SPAC that Sacred Ancestor, High Priest created. Sacred Ancestor, High Priest gave fled grown, clearly also already running out of steam and expiring. Inside, this ask-not was a doomed game to begin with. How could the Sacred Ancestor, High Priest be Medicine Ancestor's match? If not for Yi Yuan taking part, this game of chess would merely be reenacting the chess game back then. Powerful Tao ACCU, mulations crushed over towards Yi Yuan. At this time, such a powerful force was like the last strand of straw that overwhelmed the camel's back, incomparably heavy. Ha ha ha. So what even if you're gifted? In the end, isn't it still death? Yi Yuan, see if you still don't die. Seeing this situation, Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun could not refrain from laughing out loud. He held extremely deep grudges toward Yi Yuan. Although he was shocked by Yi Yuan's talent and strength, he wished that Yi Yuan would be wiped out by Medicine Ancestor. Heavenly Emperor Zishu looked toward GMO and said with a smile, "Lord Stardrive, this is the Lord's second sage that you let us witness?" "That's right, he's indeed very impressive. But a dead second sage really lets people feel greatly consoled." GMO just snorted coldly and did not say anything. Concerning this round, he was not optimistic about it too. The current Yi Yuan was too frail. Yi Yuan's gaze became slightly sharp, and he said in a cold voice, "What a fine Medicine Ancestor, really someone who is narrow-minded. Since that's the case, then I'll let you take a look at my true strength." Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, both hands in the position of holding a ball. An enormous Tai Chi diagram emerged behind Yi Yuan. When Medicine Ancestors Tao ACCU emulations landed on Yi Yuan's body, it was immediately guided into the world by the Tai Chi diagram, repairing this world in an uninterrupted flow. Heaven and earth are divided into yin and yang. Yin and yang stabilize the universe. Medicine Ancestor, you watch closely. This is my Yi Yuan's Tao. Stabilize for me. Yi Yuan turned his palm. The Tai Chi diagram behind Yi Yuan slowly started turning. This world of chess game actually gradually formed. Yi Yuan's great Tao aura actually completely overshadowed the two great sovereigns. There was only a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram remaining in this world. Bang! Yi Yuan's palm shook. The Tai Chi diagram dissipated with a loud bang. Chapter 21-27. The moment to witness a miracle. Chapter 21-27. The moment to witness a miracle. This is not possible. Just how did you do it? Inside the void came Medicine Ancestor's astonished voice. And just as the Tai Chi diagram dissipated with a loud bang, the entire Ask-Not world emitted a dazzling light, and it actually started gradually contracting. That endless world transformed into one thick cyclone after another and started drawing in. The phantoms of the two great sovereigns also gradually started dissipating. Ha ha ha! The young ones are to be feared. The young ones are to be feared. After 10 million years, there's finally someone that can take part in our two people's game of chess. Although the sacred ancestor, high priest's figure started dissipating, he laughed loudly without ceasing. Finally, the entire world turned into an enormous chessboard. It was precisely Ask-Not, except a heaven-shocking transformation already happened to the chess game on the chessboard currently. How is this possible? A draw. It's actually a draw. This Empyrean has once researched the Ask-Not chess game in detail before. No matter how hard one works, it will always be the outcome of defeat in the end. So how is this possible? A miracle. This is the moment of a miracle. I've witnessed the birth of a miracle. The entire place was in shock. The outcome of this Ask-Not chess game actually became a tie. Those present were all major powers, so they naturally would not be unfamiliar with Ask-Not. This Ask-Not chess game, the Medicine Ancestor who played white occupied a tremendous advantage. The sacred ancestor, high priest's declining trend already could not be salvaged. Saying that it was an eternal chess game, it was actually sacred ancestor, high priest's defeat. But now, the chess game on the chessboard was already totally different. Black and white, two sides, each occupied half of the map. Not a piece more and not a piece less. The entire situation was extremely harmonious. There was you in me, me in you, and actually gave people a feeling of gladdening the heart and pleasing the eye. Perfect. This word sounded out in everyone's hearts at the same time. GMO looked at that chess game blankly and was speechless for a long time. Such a scene truly came too shockingly to talk about the understanding of ask not who could compare to him, or perhaps who could beat Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Sacred Ancestor High Priest had devoted himself to studying it and was also unable to crack this eternal game. Presently, in Yi Yuan's hands, it actually transformed the rotten into the magical, reaching such a perfect and harmonious realm. Yi Yuan perfectly outlined the ask-not world with his own Tao, forming the present situation. He was merely a 6-star priest. So how did he do it? Ha ha! Eternal game. This is the true eternal game. Turns out that ask-not's final phase is actually like this. Above the void, GMO laughed loudly without ceasing. His mood had never been so free from inhibitions before. Ask-not was the sore point of his master for tens of millions of years. Now, it was finally solved. He knew that his master was definitely paying attention to this event. Right now, he must also be laughing heartily. In this world, the most terrifying thing was not a powerful opponent, but the loneliness of an expert. Now, his master finally found an alchemy Tao sovereign that met his match. He must be very delighted and pleased. Zishu, did you find Second Sage's game satisfactory to the eyes? GMO looked toward Heavenly Emperor Zishu and said with a smile that was not a smile. The Qilin clan's powerhouses were long already dumbfounded. Even if they did not understand alchemy, they also knew that Yi Yuan had accomplished a remarkable major thing. This eternal game. Ask not, the Qilin clan also knew that this was the game between two great sovereigns. This game was an eternal puzzle. For tens of millions of years, no idea how many supreme powerhouses had attempted to solve this puzzle, but failed to do so. But now, it was solved by a measly little 6-star priest. How could they not be surprised? It was solved, completely solved, and not walked out of the chess game. These two concepts were totally different. For others, being able to protect themselves after entering the game and walking out of the puzzle safely was already a very impressive thing. But Yi Yuan shattered the world that the two great sovereigns structured with a heaven-shocking will, and also refined the pill anew with great Tao together with a great divine ability, and the two people building a perfect world. This was a chess game, and also a medicinal pill. This kind of situation was simply fantastical. Just based on this game, Yi Yuan's name could go down in history. They had truly witnessed the moment of a miracle. What was laughable was that they were still jeering and making cutting remarks before this, thinking that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. But now, they had their faces slapped blatantly, being questioned. Heavenly Emperor Zishu's expression flickered incessantly, being very ugly. Suddenly, Zishu clasped his hands and said to Yi Yuan, "The T of Second Sage lives up to reality as well as in name. Zishu has offended Second Sage. Previously, please pardon my offense." No matter how unwilling he was to admit it, the moment this game ended, no one could treat Yi Yuan as a junior any longer. He was a powerhouse that could genuinely compete with the two great sovereigns. Perhaps his current strength was still weak, but in the future, he had limitless possibilities. This point, no one was able to refute it. Maybe another medicine ancestor would really appear again in this world. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Emperor Zishu and said coolly, "Now, do you still want to take the Qilin Emperor bone?" Zishu's expression turned stiff, and he said, "Not anymore." Second Sage, Lord Stardrive, Zishu takes his leave. After he was done talking, Zishu brought Xiaoyun and the rest along, and they quietly withdrew. They truly could not stay on in this place any longer. They also had no face to stay on. Originally thought that Yi Yuan was just a junior, SNATCH, then SNATCH, but they discovered in the end that Yi Yuan was a future TITAN. The actions previously simply became a joke. A miracle. Really miraculous. I finally understand why Sacred Ancestor, High Priest, would confer him as second sage. Seeing this game today, I can brag for 100,000 years. There was a series of marveling in the city. They felt honored to have witnessed the moment of miracle. And those priest temple's 7-star priests had abashed looks on their faces. Yi Yuan had once said to them that he was the opponent that Sacred Ancestor, High Priest, designated. At that time, they turned their noses up in contempt. Now, they finally understood that what Yi Yuan said was not false. Yi Yuan absolutely had the qualifications to become Sacred Ancestor, High Priest's opponent. In front of Yi Yuan, Sacred Ancestor, High Priest's disciples appeared to be cast into the shade. Incredible. Truly too impressive. I want to take him as my master. In the city, Long Xiaohai waved his hands about agitatedly. His complexion was flushed red. Hee, I'm afraid that Yi Yuan will find you too stupid. Hang on, if you acknowledge him as master, wouldn't I become his junior? No way. Long Xiaochun immediately denied it, but Long Xiaohai ignored her and was still immersed in the midst of excitement. He already completely became Yi Yuan's fan, his ardent wars. I plus her. Long Ji, who was by the side, was also speechless for a long time. He also did not expect that this young man was actually so heaven-defying. Second Sage, this emperor also has to apologize to you. Prior to this, I also had many suspicions about Second Sage. Now, I'm wholeheartedly convinced. GMO bowed in salute and said to Yi Yuan. This bow came from the bottom of his heart, even following by Sacred Ancestor High Priest's side. GMO also found it very hard to understand his master's actions and profound meaning behind them. But today, he witnessed Yi Yuan's miracle and finally understood his master's painstaking effort. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "My realm is too low. Causing people to give birth to underestimation is normal. As for apologizing, there's no need. With High Priest Star Drive delivering Ask Not Personally, this Yi is endlessly grateful." Chapter 21-28, The Condition to Become a Supreme Powerhouse. Chapter 21-28, The Condition to Become a Supreme Powerhouse. GMO, how do you feel about the trip to West Spirit Region? Sacred Ancestor, High Priest, looked at the GMO in front of him and said with a smile that was not a smile. With Yi Yuan clearing the hurdle, GMO hastily bade farewell to Yi Yuan very quickly and returned to report to Sacred Ancestor, High Priest on the mission. At this time, Sacred Ancestor, High Priest's 11 disciples were all present. It was just that their expressions appeared somewhat awkward, especially High Priest Red Plume. GMO blushed with shame, but thinking of Yi Yuan's soul-stirring Tai Ji developing Dao, he could not help revealing a look of admiration. He bowed and said, "Master, GMO is completely convinced. Second Sage is prodigious and is bound to be a big shot that shakes heaven and earth in the future." While talking, GMO was very respectful. When he mentioned Yi Yuan, it was actually like facing a senior. If High Priest Stardrive's demeanor was seen by people, they would definitely be incomparably shocked. Wing laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "You apprentice brothers, few people have always been arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. Apart from Master, you've never submitted to anyone. I didn't expect that this time you were actually subdued by Yi Yuan." GMO smiled bitterly and said, "If not for seeing with my own eyes, GMO finds it really hard to believe that there's actually such an alchemy rare talent in this world. Second Sage seems to be born for Alchemy Dao, a short 1,000 over years, and he can actually spy right at the source of great Dao. It truly makes people sigh with admiration. The event during this half a year, GMO felt as if it was right in front of his eyes. Each finger that Yi Yuan pointed out seemed to have the effect of shocking the soul. Wing smiled and looked towards High Priest Red Plume and said, "Yan Hui, do you still have resentment in your heart now?" High Priest Red Plume's expression was slightly red as he bowed and said, replying, "Master, Yan Hui is convinced. It's just Yan Hui doesn't understand why he, a 6-star priest, can actually do it to this step." Wing put away his smile and said, "Actually, this performance also made Master incredibly shocked. About this ask not chess game, Master has researched for tens of millions of years and was unable to achieve fusing Tao into one, but he did it. Looks like the day of my showdown with him isn't far already." Letting GMO bring ask not over, what Wing expected was not for Yi Yuan to break the deadlock. Even if he sealed 50% of the power, breaking the deadlock was also not what Yi Yuan's bit of strength could accomplish. But Yi Yuan's performance far exceeded his expectations. Yi Yuan actually solved the puzzle of tens of millions of years and created a new world. Such a result shocked the world. It naturally also included him, sacred ancestor, high priest. Could it be that his understanding of alchemy Tao already surpa SES master? Yan Hui said in puzzlement. Wing shook his head and said, "Surpa Sing master is naturally impossible. Him being able to complete such a heroic feat actually has elements of gaining advantage through trickery, but he has already taken his own Tao path. That's the most crucial thing. His own Tao path." The disciples were all uncertain. Wing slowly nodded and said, "Back then, when you all challenged the ask not chess game, you were all willing to be chess pieces playing chess with medicine ancestor under Master's manipulation. This is also to say that you all are walking according to the path that Master designated. Therefore, even if tens of millions of years have said, the path that you all have taken is also merely a branch of Master's. Wanting to surpa Master is simply impossible. And looking at the heaven-span world, sovereigns that can tide over third blight and above must have their own path, Tao. 1. When the group of disciples heard this, their facial expressions changed wildly. This was their first time hearing the secret of becoming a sovereign powerhouse. Wing's words stirred up tumultuous waves in their hearts. For countless years, they revered Master as AGOD. But only today did they discover that turns out they merely walked Master's path. "Master," this eldest disciple Splitfeather said in great shock. Wing waved his hand and said, "Master knows what you want to say, but that's impossible unless you have the tremendous resolve to give up everything you possess now and start again anew." Splitfeather's expression flickered incessantly and finally turned into a long sigh. Wing smiled and said, "Are you all blaming Master for only telling you guys this now?" Splitfeather was terrified as he said, "D-disciple dares not." Their mouths said dare not, but did they really not have any thoughts in their hearts? Wing naturally knew what they were thinking and said with a chortle, "Major powers that are third blight and above, how many do you think you can find in this heaven-span world?" From that moment when you all chose to submit inside ask not, your lifetime's path was also decided. Want to become a sovereign, perseverance, willpower, talent, not one can be lacking. You all ask yourselves, if you guys are given a chance to redo it again, can you achieve Yi Yuan's level? The group of apprentice brothers exchanged glances. In the end, they actually lowered their heads without any prior agreement. The answer was clearly no. They understood, ask not too well. Not submitting, it was death. The will of a sovereign, they could not resist it at all. But Yi Yuan could. During these tens of millions of years, only Yi Yuan alone replaced the sacred ancestors will when challenging ask not, and he played a game of chess against Medicine Ancestor. Just this point, they were already unable to Serpa S. As for challenging ask, not the second time, Yi Yuan rose up heaven-defyingly, contending with the pinnacle will of two great sovereigns with his power alone. This was even more inconceivable. They were thrown even further behind until they could only see the dust ahead. Hence, Yi Yuan could become second sage, while they could not. Wing's meaning was very simple. Their talents and will were insufficient to become a supreme powerhouse. Being able to have today's accomplishment was already a great fortune. There were many geniuses in this world, but those truly able to tread out their own path and become a supreme powerhouse were extremely, extremely few. Walking other people's path is easy. Taking your own path is as hard as ascending to heaven. For Master being able to walk till today, how can the experiences involved be what you all can imagine? For Yi Yuan to be able to have such accomplishments at a young age, his story is likely even more exciting than the vast majority of this heaven-span world's supreme powerhouses. Wing said, GMO mused and said, in this case, that Tai-Ji diagram was Yi Yuan's Tao. Wing nodded and said, although his Tao is at the nascent level, that Tai-Ji diagram gave me a feeling of being as deep as the sea. Martial Tao is difficult, but alchemy Tao is even harder. However, I have a feeling that Yi Yuan's future accomplishments might even be above mine and Medicine Ancestors. The group of apprentice brothers trembled all over, looking at Master in disbelief. This appraisal was too high. Medicine Ancestor was only a hair's breadth away from Tao Ancestor. Could it be that Yi Yuan could become the real Medicine Ancestor in the future? Yen Hui's face changed, and he said, in this case, isn't Master warming a snake in your bosom? Ha ha, warming a snake in my bosom? Everyone is afraid of losing. The more powerful, the more afraid of failure. But they have forgotten. It's precisely failure that let him walk until this step today. The Medicine Ancestor is afraid of being Serpa S, said by me, so he has always been suppressing me, not letting me lift my head. But reaching Master's realm, wanting to improve another step further, is far too difficult. Master needs an opponent. Moreover, this insult, Master has already held it in for 50 million years. Even if I lose to Yi Yuan, there's still him going to challenge Medicine Ancestor. Watching him lose is also a very merry thing, so I don't see any reason why not, Wing said with a big laugh. 1. Annotation text missing. Chapter 21-29, East Suppression Pseudo-World. Chapter 21-29, East Suppression Pseudo-World. No way. You can't acknowledge him as your master. If you acknowledge him as your master, then wouldn't I be directly a generation younger? I must take second sage as my master. Miss this village, there won't be this shop anymore. 1. I said no means no. If you insist on acknowledging him as your master, I'll cry for you to see. You're pestering endlessly. You're refusing to see reason. Humph. Inside the priest temple's hall, two figures were tugging and pulling, becoming tangled together. It was precisely Long Xiaohai and Long Xiaochun brother and sister two people, while behind him Long Ji shook his head slightly. This Long Xiaochun was really troublesome. Xian Luo slowly came out of the inner hall. Seeing this scene, he could not help smiling as he said, "Please wait a moment. Lord Crimson Sky is currently consulting Lord Second Sage. Lord Second Sage will be out very soon." Longji nodded slightly, indicating that he got it. He was a heavenly emperor powerhouse. He naturally did not need to express anything to Xian Luo. Presently, Yi Yuan already moved into the priest temple. The temple served him with the highest standards, revering him as AG, OD, Every day, a group of Empyreans would pay respects morning and night, being incomparably respectful. Crimson Sky even put aside all of his pride and came to pay respects to Yi Yuan every day, asking him for advice on alchemy aspect knowledge. Every day, he returned fully loaded. Before long, Yi Yuan slowly came out of the inner hall. Behind him was Crimson Sky and Lone Swan, two great Empyreans. When Long Xiaochun saw Yi Yuan, she arrived in front of Yi Yuan with a whoosh and pointed at him fiercely as she said, "Yi Yuan, you're not allowed to take Big Brother Xiaohai as a disciple. Otherwise, the two of us will break off all relations." Yi Yuan had a blank look, completely unaware of what was going on. But Long Xiaohai was greatly enraged. Pulling Long Xiaochun, he said, "Xiaochun, you're not allowed to mess around. Lord Second Sage, Long Xiaohai wishes to acknowledge you as master." As he said, Long Xiaohai actually directly knelt down. Yi Yuan hurriedly helped him up and said, "Brother Xiaohai mustn't. If you have any doubts about alchemy, feel free to come to find this Yi to discuss. But the talk of acknowledging a master, you mustn't say it anymore. You and Xiaochun are both this Ye's saviors. How can I take you in as my disciple? Also, don't keep calling me Lord Second Sage. Just call me by my name, and that will do." Long Xiaochun patted Yi Yuan's shoulder and said with a big laugh, "Ha, you're really terrific. If Long Xiaohai were to acknowledge you as master, then wouldn't I become a generation younger for no reason? Do you hear it, Long Xiaohai?" Yi Yuan was speechless. This girlie's thought process was indeed abnormal than most people. Long Xiaohai had a depressed face as he said, "But we'll be returning to the Dragon Clan soon. At that time, where would I go to ask you for advice?" At this time, Longji hesitated a bit, but he still bowed towards Yi Yuan and said, "Longji pays respect to Second Sage." He could ignore Exine Luo, but facing Yi Yuan, this existence who suppressed the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor, high priest, the two sovereigns, he had no choice but to put away the pride of a heavenly emperor. Witnessing Yi Yuan's strength, regardless of whether it was Long Ji or Qi Zishu, they all realized Yi Yuan's importance to sacred ancestor, high priest. If any mishap happened to Yi Yuan under sacred ancestor, high priest's fury, the latter might really launch a divine war. And, Body could shoulder this consequence. Therefore, no matter how the Qilin coveted the emperor bone, they did not dare to do anything to Yi Yuan either. As for Qi Zhen, under Yi Yuan's light, he did not matter at all anymore. How could a mere Qi Zhen be mentioned in the same breath with the entire demon race's second sage? Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Heavenly Emperor Longji is too courteous. Please sit." Everyone sat down as guest and host. Crimson Sky was the same as Lone Swan, standing by the side and carrying out the etiquette of a disciple. "Heavenly Emperor Longji, you probably have important things to ask this Yi by coming to the temple, right?" Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Longji's expression turned intent, and he said with a nod, "Second Sage has the Qilin Emperor bone on your body. Releasing Qilin isn't surprising. But where did this true dragon come from?" These few days, Longji was extremely puzzled in his heart. Yi Yuan actually released such a pure true dragon, and could even unleash such a pure dragon race martial technique. Could it be that he was a member of the dragon race? The true dragon, that Yi Yuan released was not the same as the Qilin will. The true dragon was released by the dragon soul. At that time, the unyielding dragon soul soared straight to the clouds. As a member of the dragon race, Longji naturally felt it very clearly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If I say that I'm a member of the dragon race, do you believe it?" Longji's pupils constricted, his eyes full of complicatedness, as he said, Second sage must be joking. How can you possibly be a dragon? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I'm not kidding. This ye possess an atavism dragon soul. Furthermore, it's already more than half awakened. The dragon race's cultivation method and martial technique isn't some secret to me. Longji's entire body trembled, and he said in disbelief, Atavism dragon soul. You're actually of the Atavism dragon soul. Even in the dragon clan, Atavism dragon soul is also 1 in a million. In this case, you're really of the dragon race? Yi Yuan nodded and said, through and through. Longji's heart shook wildly. Atavism dragon soul was one of the paramount dragon souls. Not only did this second sage have the talent to rule the world, he even had the dragon race's supreme inheritance. He simply gathered a great destiny onto himself. Even Long Xiaochun also opened her mouth wide at this time, looking at Yi Yuan with a shocked face. Why you are actually of the atavism dragon soul. This is the most monstrous inheritance. As long as you keep awakening it, your strength will be able to soar by leaps and bounds and don't need to cultivate at all. Long Xiaochun said with surprise, It's just that I don't know who Second Sage's ancestor is. Our dragon clan has been reclusive from the world for a long time already. I've never heard of anyone leaving the pseudo-world. Longji said curiously. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I don't know about this either. There are no memories in this area in my inheritance. Maybe this portion of memories is in the inheritance at the back. However, I can feel that my ancestor was likely just an Empyrean and not some incredible existence. After awakening at rank 6, Yi Yuan could feel that his dragon soul was already almost reaching grand completion. Reckon that awakening one more time was already the limit. Moreover, a dragon that was able to follow heavenly Empyrean immortal grove, his strength probably would not be too strong either. After all, heavenly Empyrean immortal grove was also just an Empyrean. If it was the dragon clan's heavenly emperor powerhouse, they would totally turn their noses up at heavenly Empyrean immortal grove. By the side, Long Xiaohai's eyes swiveled around, and he suddenly spoke up. Why not do it like this? Brother Yi, make a trip with us to East Suppression pseudo-world. Perhaps after returning to the dragon clan, you'll be able to find your origin. Furthermore, we can also discuss alchemy Dao. The moment Long Xiaochun heard, her eyes could not help lighting up as she clapped her hands and applauded. She said, Good, good. No wonder the first time I saw Yi Yuan, it was just seeing my biological brother. Maybe our bloodline is very close. But Longji's gaze turned intent, an appearance of wanting to speak, but swallowing the words back, letting a stranger go to the dragon clan. He was a little worried. The moment Yi Yuan heard this, he was also greatly moved. He was also very curious about his origin. But the origin of the four-phased divine beast, even Dustless could not say for sure either. Dustless seemed to have had this segment of memories wiped away. It seemed like there were still many unknown secrets on Immortal Grove. 1. Annotation text missing. Chapter 2130. Meeting with a mishap in the stronghold. Chapter 2130. Meeting with a mishap in the stronghold, lush mountains and blue rivers, birds chirped, flowers fragrant, and monkeys crying. A lonely boat flowed down leisurely along the current in the midst of the mountains and water. Several people stood on the boat, admiring the beautiful scenery on both SHORES, laughing with praises unceasingly. Young master, this place is really so beautiful. If we can live here together with elder sister, Lear, they all, how great would that be? Seeing this otherworldly paradise-like scenic view, Luor's heart gave rise to a yearning for it. As for Lone Swan and the rest, They had yearning looks on their faces. East Suppression Pseudo-World was extremely mysterious. Barely anyone in the entire Heavenspan world knew. He did not expect that he could actually enter here one day. It was all thanks to their master. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Beauty is beautiful, but it secretly conceals killing intent. How can there truly be some otherworldly paradise in this world?" Luer opened her mouth wide and said in disbelief, "Secretly conceals killing intent? Why don't I feel it at all?" It was not just Luer. Even Lone Swan had a blank look, clearly not discovering any dangers. Yi Yuan said, "With the Dragon Clan's power, how can the restrictions laid down be easily seen through? These two SHORESBRIMMING with vigor and vitality, too beautiful to be absorbed all at once, and may be rated as perfect. However, things will develop in the opposite direction when they become extreme. The more it's a place like this, the more dangerous it is instead. The surroundings of this brook are full of powerful restrictions everywhere. I'm afraid that even if a heavenly emperor powerhouse comes, once the person triggers the restrictions, they would turn to ashes too." When everyone heard, their hairs could not help standing on end. The environment here was too beautiful. It was very hard for them to link it together with danger. By the side, a hint of surprise flashed across in Longji's eyes, and he said with a marvel, well deserving of being second sage, seeing through the actual situation with one glance, "Looks like second sage has already touched the source of great Tao." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Just a wild guess." Rather, this Yi is somewhat surprised that Senior Longji actually agreed to let me enter the Dragon Clan. Although Longji had some qualms, he still agreed in the end. Resting for a few days in West Spirit region, he brought Yi Yuan and company and set off for the East Suppression Pseudo-World. Longji smiled and said, "Honestly speaking, Longji is also very curious about Second Sage." Long Xiaochun immediately jumped up and said, Yeah, you're really an enigmatic man, full of mysteries from head to toe." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "You're also an enigmatic girl." Giggling and laughing along the way, suddenly everyone seemed to have said through a thin film. Everyone realized that they had probably already entered East Suppression Pseudo-World. The scene did not change. It was still green hills and blue waters, birds tweeting and the flowers fragrant. But the dragon race bloodline in Yi Yuan's body suddenly started boiling with excitement, as if the blood in his body was going to evaporate. Feeling the pure dragon race pressure on Yi Yuan's body, even Longji's expression changed slightly too. This bit of pressure was naturally unable to make him visibly moved. But the purity of Yi Yuan's bloodline, even he was also unbelievably surprised. Longji could not help being secretly alarmed. Just what was this guy's background? Why would he have such a pure bloodline? He did not know that Yi Yuan's bloodline was incomparably pure to begin with, now that he transcended 6 levels of nirvanic tribulation and achieved the perfect 6th transformation golden body. His bloodline evolved to an inconceivable level. Of course, his future path was even more BUMPYNTHORNY2. The perfect 7th transformation would be a life and death ordeal. To Yi Yuan, it's like having returned home. Could it be that my root is actually here? Yi Yuan raised his head to the sky, feeling endless vicissitudes of emotion in his heart. Walking all the way from the immortal Grove world, Yi Yuan wandered all over the world. Now, he actually had a feeling of returning home. It was really inconceivable. "Xiaochun, Xiaohai, you guys settle Second Sage down first. I'll go to the clan to report completion on the mission first," Longji said. Long Xiaochun waved her hand and said, Quickly go. Having me here will do." Longji nodded his head, his figure moving, disappearing from everyone's line of sight. No idea how long they traveled, either. The few people finally got Ash. O-R-E. The party was very swift on their feet, leaping into the air and flying over toward inland. Several days later, an enormous stronghold appeared in front of everyone. After landing and entering the stronghold, Yi Yuan was also very curious and started looking around. Inside the stronghold, there were men and women, elderly and young, their expressions peculiar. The appearance of Yi Yuan and his group immediately drew many people's attention. But Yi Yuan discovered that each and every one of these dragons revealed a strange look. Inside those eyes exuded a thick look of fear, and actually avoided them like the plague. East Suppression Pseudo-World has a total of 9 Great Heaven strongholds, 81 Earth strongholds, and countless Black strongholds and Yellow strongholds. The Rain Dragon stronghold that we're at is one of the 81 Earth strongholds. Uncle Ji is our Rain Dragon Stronghold's protector elder. Long Xiaochun was clearly very enthusiastic, introducing to Yi Yuan the East Suppression Pseudo-World's local customs and practices. According to what Long Xiaochun said, the 9 Great Heaven Strongholds ruled East Suppression Pseudo-World. Only dragons with the blessed bloodline had the qualifications to enter the Heaven Strongholds. That place was the Dragon Clan's core, countless supreme powerhouses. But even the 81 Earth strongholds were also equivalent to the outside world's Heavenly Emperor Bodemandas. Each Earth stronghold had a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse garrisoning. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan and the rest could not help feeling overcome with emotion. The dragon race was well deserving of being an ancient variant species. The might of their strength was simply unimaginable. Xiaochun, why do I feel that your clansmen seem to be very scared of us? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Long Xiaochun chuckled and said, How so? No need to care about them. Come, I'll bring you guys to the residence. By the side, Long Xiaohai wanted to speak, but swallowed the words back. At the end, he still did not speak up. It was just that how could this scene hide from Yi Yuan's eyes? But if they did not say, it was also not convenient for Yi Yuan to inquire more. He could only gloss it over. Long Xiaochun brought Yi Yuan to a stone house that was not small and stayed there. Brother Yi, you stay here first. Tomorrow, I'll bring you to stroll around Rain Dragon's stronghold. Long Xiaohai said with clasped hands. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Then I'll have to trouble you. After Long Xiaohai left, Yi Yuan directly went into close seclusion to cultivate and did not speak for the entire night. Early morning the next day, Yi Yuan went out of the stone house and was planning on strolling around nearby, but then he saw a large group of people crowding around ahead, raising a big hue and cry. Moving close to take a look, he was immediately greatly enraged. 3 dragon race young men were actually surrounding Luer and Yang Feier, their expressions very obscene. Ha ha ha, human girls, this young master hasn't tasted before yet. Girl, follow me, Long Hao. I'll guarantee that you'll be merry as an immortal every day in the future. A man in the middle with gay eyebrows and a very obscene expression actually reached his hand out to touch Yang Feier's chin. 1. At this time, Yang Feier and Luer were already being restrained and did not have the strength to resist at all. These 3 dragon race men were very powerful. Looking at their auras, they were already peak rank 6, although Yang Feier was also a 9th firmament true G. How could she be a match for members of the dragon race at the same rank? As for Luer, although she was extraordinarily talented, her strength was much weaker after all. At this time, Yang Feier and Luer's clothing were somewhat in a mess. Clearly, they had experienced a fight just now. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, flames of fury surged to his head. Stop! Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, divided the crowd, and walked out. The moment Long Hao turned his head and looked, he could not help sneering coldly as he said, "Yo, isn't this the human brat who came together with that misfortune star? Why, these two beauties are your women? Starting from today, they belong to me." 1. Annotation text missing. Chapter 2131. Oh, is that so? Chapter 2131. Oh, is that so? Hohu belong to you? Yi Yuan laughed from extreme fury, but his words were full of killing intent. Lure was Yi Yuan's reverse scale. For her, Yi Yuan did not even stint to employ the heaven-shocking lightning. Now, this Long Hao actually provoked in his face like this. How could he not be furious? But Long Hao was not aware of it at all. He said with a smug look, "That's right, belong to me. You might not know who I am. I'm cough, cough, cough." Long Hao's words were just said halfway when his voice suddenly cut off, like a duck that had its throat clutched. Yi Yuan's both hands already clutched onto his neck. A tremendous force came over. Long Hao felt like his neck was going to be twisted off. His face flues. Plussing bright red, eyes rolling back. "Just now, you said that they belong to you?" Yi Yuan's words did not carry the slightest emotion, the force from his hands becoming greater and greater. His present fleshy body's strength already reached peak rank 6. How tremendous was his strength! In front of a perfect 6th transformation golden body. Even if Long Hao was of the dragon race, he did not have any leftover strength to resist at all. Too, by the side, a young man said, "Human brat, you dare to act wildly in my dragon clan's territory? Let go of Long Hao. Otherwise, you're dead, for sure today." Thud. Cough, cough, cough. Long Hao landed on the ground, holding his neck as he started coughing fiercely. When everyone saw the situation, they even thought that Yi Yuan yielded. The other young man said, "Ha! At least you're sensible. Kid, it isn't your turn to act wildly here. This Yi has just come to your esteemed land. I don't wish to bring trouble to myself. The three of you kowtow and admit your fault to Lure and senior apprentice Sister Fayer, and this matter will be dropped." Yi Yuan completely ignored the other party and said coolly, listening to the first half of the sentence, everyone even thought that Yi Yuan was scared and yielded. But hearing the second half, everyone could not help finding it funny. Making these three people kneel down and kowtow? How was this possible? This human brat really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Long Hao is protector elder Long Qi's grandson. Who dares to provoke him in this rain dragon stronghold? This human kid succeeded in sneak attacking just now. He probably isn't clear yet about Long Hao, the three of their strengths. Long Hao is the young generation's pinnacle genius. Just half a step, and he'll be able to reach rank 7, Empyrean Realm. This kid will likely suffer some hards. I+P. When everyone around heard Yi Yuan's words, they could not help shaking their heads. By relying on his grandfather, no one dared to provoke Long Hao in Rain Dragon Stronghold. The other two people, Long Fei and Long Cheng, were also both Rain Dragon Stronghold's elders' grandsons. These three people's backgrounds were extremely powerful. Who dared to provoke? Moreover, with these three people joining hands, if an Empyrean did not come out, there was virtually no match. Earlier, Yi Yuan just relied on his speed and defeated his opponent with a surprise move, controlling Long Hao. That was all. Now, Long Hao had his guard up. Everyone did not feel that he had high chances of winning. When Lure and Yang Fayer saw Yang Fayer, their hearts immediately became much calmer. Arriving at East Suppression Pseudo-World, the local customs and practices here were greatly different from the outside world. Under their curiosity, the two of them came out to take a look early in the morning. who knew that they had just stepped out, not long, and ran into Long How three people. Long How three people had their L.U.S.T. aroused at the sight of them and actually wanted to make a move against the two of them. Luer and Yang Feier naturally disobeyed. That was how there was this current situation. Luer pulled the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves and said softly, "Young master, better forget it. This place is the Dragon Clan's territory after all." She and Yang Feier were not worried about Long How, but this place was the Dragon Clan's territory. If really blow matters up, they had nowhere to run. After all, everyone knew about the might of the Dragon Clan. Making them kowtow is already considered letting them off. Otherwise, humph. Yi Yuan said with a cold snort, "Kowtow? I kowtow your King head. Long Fei, Long Chung, attack together. Exterminate him for me." Long How roared and suddenly threw a palm out. Universe Dragon Claw third stance, Grand Universe Palm. Currently, Long How was extremely near Yi Yuan, him using a heaven-shocking martial technique like the Grand Universe Palm, this near, to Yi Yuan. How horrifying was the power! Long Fei and Long Cheng's reactions were also extremely fast, firing out a palm at the same time. Three Great Peak Rank 6 powerhouses attacking at the same time. The commotion was extremely shocking. However, Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and said in a solemn voice, "Looks like you guys are courting deaths yourselves." Grand Universe Palm. At this time, Yi Yuan made his move fiercely. It was actually the Grand Universe Palm, too, except the moment Yi Yuan's Grand Universe Palm was executed, it was as if SPAC solidified. The power of his palm actually completely overshadowed the three people. Bang! A loud bang came over. The three people flew out at the same time. Yi Yuan's palm repelled three Great Peak Rank 6 dragons. Everyone looked at this scene dumbfounded with their tongues tied, faces full of disbelief. How is this possible? He actually knows the Grand Universe Palm, too. Why is his Grand Universe Palm's power even above Long Hao's? Beyond the shock, everyone was more puzzled. Yi Yuan's Grand Universe Palm was actually even stronger than Long Hao's. One had to know, among the Rain Dragon Stronghold's young generation, Long Hao's strength was already the strongest, apart from Long Xiaochun, and, body was his match at all. Now, Yi Yuan fought 1 versus 3 and actually utterly trounced his opponents. It was simply inconceivable. Long Hao being blown flying with one punch, his innards already suffered a shock, fresh blood spurting wildly. He looked at Yi Yuan with a look of astonishment and said in disbelief, how do you know the Grand Universe Palm?" Yi Yuan's gaze was icy cold and was completely disinclined to bother with him. Bang! Another Grand Universe Palm. This palm actually flew toward Long Fei, directly bombarding him into dregs. Everyone opened their mouths wide, with disbelieving faces. Yi Yuan actually dared to kill people. Long Fei was Elder Long Yu's son. Was this guy mad? Yi Yuan did not hesitate. Raising his hand, it was another palm. Long Chung was dead. In a twinkle, Yi Yuan actually killed Long Fei and Long Chung, these two mighty young powerhouses. Then he slowly walked over toward Long Hao. Long Hao's expression changed drastically, a look of fear finally revealing on his face. He collapsed on the ground and plus-feeted backward, saying tremblingly, what do you want to do? I'm Protector Elder Long Chi's grandson. Oh, is that so? I gave you the chance. It was you who didn't grasp it yourself. Since that's the case, go and die then. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, a palm lifting up once more. The surroundings were deathly silent. This guy was really a lunatic. A horrifying power gathered at Yi Yuan's palm. Longhow's complexion turned pale. He used all the strength in his body and suddenly scurried into the distance. Yi Yuan just laughed coldly. Competing on speed, who could beat him? But right at this time, a powerful to the extreme aura suddenly descended. Clearly, the commotion here already startled Rain Dragon Stronghold's upper echelon. Child, you dare? Stop at once. This Empyrean will spare your life. An alarmed and angry voice came from above the void. It's Longhow's father, Empyrean Longyu. He arrived. This human kid is dead for sure. Longhow is really blessed. Luckily, Empyrean Longyu arrived in time. He can escape death. When Longhow heard his father's voice, he could not help being overjoyed. Ha ha ha. Kid, my father has arrived. With this, you're dead for sure. Longhow turned around and said with a wild laugh, "Oh, is that so?" Right at this time, an icy cold voice sounded in his ear. Chapter 2132. You can't kill him. Chapter 2132. You can't kill him. The wild elation that filled his chest instantly turned into limitless terror. Longhow's expression changed wildly, frightened until his soul nearly left his body. He did not understand it. Didn't his father already arrive? How did this guy move beside him? This was the final thought in his mind. After this second, he was thoroughly blasted into residue by Yi Yuan. However, behind came Longyu's heaven-shocking angry roar. He made it with his fastest speed and locked onto Yi Yuan with powerful world power, planning on killing Yi Yuan with a single blow. In his view, a late-stage Empyrean mighty expert locking onto a true G. OD realm martial artist. How could the other party still have the strength to retaliate? Yet, he miscalculated. Yi Yuan was just like a loach, slipping away from his world power. Yi Yuan then moved beside Longhow and killed him. At this time, all of the Dragon Clan's members were staring dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape, looking at that slightly skinny figure in disbelief. Who on earth is this kid? Why is he so strong? Empyrean Longyu is a late-stage Empyrean realm mighty expert, but he actually failed to restrain that human brat. That was spatial law just now, right? That's a supreme law. Furthermore, looking at his appearance, he is likely already comprehended extremely deep. True G. Oh, D realm experts were as weak as an ant in front of Empyrean realm powerhouses. But Yi Yuan, this ant, shook of Empyrean Longyu's final hit and even counterkilled Longhow. This kind of strength, how could they not be surprised? But what everyone was more surprised by was Yi Yuan's audacity. A human actually dared to kill 3 dragons in a row so arrogantly in East Suppression pseudo-world. This breadth of spirit had no choice but to make people admire. It was just that the final outcome was already decided. Empyrean Longyu looked at Yi Yuan coldly and gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said, "Good, very good. This Empyrean already arrived, and you actually still dared to deal a killing blow. Rest ass. Sure, this Empyrean won't let you die easily." Yi Yuan turned to look at Empyrean Longyu and said coolly, "You wanted to kill me, so why couldn't I kill him?" Bulls. I+T. How can a mere human compare to the human dragon race? No need to say any more. Prepare to suffer this Empyrean's wrath. Amidst the angry roar, Empyrean Longyu's aura suddenly erupted. The berserk dragon race pressure crushed over towards Yi Yuan's frenziedly. Empyrean Longyu reached his hand out and made a grabbing action. An enormous claw extended out of the void and grabbed straight at Yi Yuan. That horrifying pressure made people's faces change. If this claw landed, Yi Yuan's fleshy body would definitely turn to ashes. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and did not take any action. and also did not seem to have the intention of running. But right at this time, a figure slowly walked out of the void and just lightly waved a hand. The enormous claw directly shattered into countless motes of light. Empyrean Longyu's expression changed, and he said in a cold voice, "Longji, what's the meaning of this?" This person who walked out of the void was precisely Longji. Empyrean Long, you completely made little of Longji by relying on his father. Normally, he was just a little arrogant, but now, Long Hao being killed under Longyu's rage, how would he still care about Longji? If not for Longji's strength being too powerful, he would have long smacked him to death with one palm. Longji's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "You can't kill him." Empyrean Longyu said in a great rage, "Longji, your matters, there will naturally be father finding you to settle the scores. Now, this punk that you brought killed Howard, but you actually say that I can't kill him? Based on what?" Longji said coolly, "Based on that he's second sage." Second sage? What's that? Is it very impressive? A series of puzzled voices came from inside the crowd, but Empyrean Longyu's expression changed. With his status, he naturally heard before what second sage was. That was personally conferred by sacred ancestor, high priest. Except just A.T. of second sage, and he wanted to suppress him? So what if sacred ancestor, high priest, sacred ancestor, high priest's people killed someone in the dragon clan? Could it be that our dragon clan can't touch him still? When did sacred ancestor, high priest start intervening in our dragon clan? Longji, you saying such words, could it be that you threw your lots in with sacred ancestor, high priest after taking a trip outside? Empyrean Long, you said, with a cold smile. These words were somewhat penetrating, accusing of personal motives instead. Empyrean Long, you was clearly not some goody-two-shoes either, planning on using this incident to quell Longji for good. Longji gave Empyrean Longyu a sympathetic glance and said coolly, "If you won't scruple to launch a divine war for Long Hao, I can move aside right now. Can you shoulder it?" The moment divine war, two words came out. Empyrean Long Yu's pupils constricted. Divine war? Ho, are you kidding me? Would sacred ancestor, high priest launch a divine war for a mere true G? Oh, D-realm? Empyrean Long, you said with a disdainful look. In his view, Longji was scaring him, making him beat a retreat in the face of difficulties. He knew what second sage meant, but he only knew one aspect and was ignorant of the other aspects. The news of Yi Yuan solving Ask not already spread in the demon divine region with a hubbub, but barely anyone in East Suppression pseudo-world knew. Longji said indifferently, "You aren't aware of it, but Yi Yuan solved the eternal chess game. Ask not." He sat and debated on Tao with medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor, high priest. At present, in demon divine region, Yi Yuan is already above millions and only has one person above him. Oh, right, the Qilin clan's Qi Zhen provoked Yi Yuan and was killed by him. The Qilin clan sent over Heavenly Emperor Zishu, but in the end, they returned in defeat and no longer mentioned the matter of Qi Zhen. How do you think Long Hao compares to Qi Zhen? Each additional word that Longji said, the expression on Longyu's face became a degree more shocked. He never could have imagined that this true G, D-realm brat in front of him actually had such immense capabilities. Oh, right, the matter of launching a divine war wasn't said by this emperor. At that time, sacred ancestor, high priest's seventh disciple, high priest Stardrive, carried Ask not over and personally said it to Heavenly Emperor Zishu. Longji explained further. Longji's words stirred up titanic waves in the hearts of Rain Dragon's stronghold. This human actually has such a great background. Isn't he a human? Why would he become the demon race's second sage? Qi Zhen, That's the Qilin clan's young generation's strongest alchemist. Back then, when he came to the Dragon Clan, he even defeated Long Xiaohai. He was actually killed by this kid, just like that. One news after another exploded in the ears of the Dragon Clan, like one bomb after another. Each incident was inconceivable, but completed by Yi Yuan alone. Long Yu's expression became extremely ugly. If what Long Ji said was true, then there was simply no possibility for him to want to avenge Long. How? It did not matter if he killed Yi Yuan, but Sacred Ancestor High Priest's wrath was not what anyone could bear. Once a divine war started, the Dragon Clan would be bound to suffer heavy casualties. At that time, he would be the Dragon Clan's sinner. Now, do you still want to kill him? Longji said coolly. While talking, Longji looked toward Yi Yuan. The latter had a calm and collected look. It was as if he had done something insignificant. Seeing this scene, Longji could not help feeling annoyed. This guy caused such a huge trouble on the second day he came to the Dragon Clan. If he had long known this, he would not have brought Yi Yuan here. This boy was indeed outstandingly talented, making the world sigh with admiration. But his ability to cause trouble was also first-rate. Chapter 2133, Don't Make a Spectacle of Yourself. Chapter 2133, Don't Make a Spectacle of Yourself. Long Yu's expression flickered incessantly, his face struggling. Right at this time, a figure slowly walked out of the void. Seeing the arrival, Long Yu seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and said with surprise, "Father!" The arrival was precisely Heavenly Emperor Long Qi. Heavenly Emperor Long Qi looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze icy cold. People should not look at how East Suppression Pseudo-World had countless dragons. It was through the propagation of countless generations in the past that there was today's scale. But even so, the scale of the stronghold was still much smaller compared to human cities. In reality, the propagation of the dragon race compared to humans or even ordinary demon races was much harder. Hence, regardless of whether it was Long Qi or Long Yu, they valued Long Hao, this descendant, very highly. Now, he actually died in Yi Yuan's hands. So, how could these two people not be furious? He's of the dragon race. Heavenly Emperor Long Qi said coolly. Everyone was taken aback, not knowing what Heavenly Emperor Long Qi's words meant. Long Qi seemed to have thought of something, his expression changing as he said, "Long Qi, what do you want?" Long Qi had already reported to the clan about Yi Yuan's matter. Similarly, a protector elder, Long Qi was naturally aware of Yi Yuan's real ident. One time, Long Qi said coolly, "Since he's of the dragon race, then it naturally has to be taken care of according to the Dragon Clan's rules." Long Qi's two eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "Long Qi, do you want to plunge the Dragon Clan into the fires of war?" Long Qi, a divine war. 2 words scared you until like this? Our Dragon Clan looks down upon the heavens and myriad realms. When did we become so cowardly and weak? Then we also can't plunge the Dragon Clan into war because of your grandson. Could it be that a mere Long Hao is even more important than the entire Dragon Clan? Long Qi mused for a moment and opened his mouth and said, "Since that's the case, have an elders' meeting then. This emperor won't let this matter go." Done talking, Long Qi turned around and left. The Dragon Clan's people all had dumbfounded gazes and their mouths gaping. They all thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. In the end, Emperor Long Yu did not kill him. Heavenly Emperor Long Qi came and also did not kill him. This was really a historical first in Rain Dragon Stronghold. But everyone was also clear in their hearts that once this matter was brought up to the Elders Association, it would likely not end well. Long Ji looked at Yi Yuan, his face angry from failure to live up to expectations as he said, this fellow can really cause trouble. But Yi Yuan said coolly, nothing to do with me. It was them who provoked me first. Explaining the matter in a few words, Long Ji was also speechless. This Long How could have provoked anyone, but he provoked this malefic star. So it served him right to be killed. Yi Yuan did not care that the person was a protector elder's grandson. Provoking him, one would have to be prepared to suffer his wrath. This guy did not shrink back in the slightest when facing a heavenly emperor powerhouse too. Why would he pay attention to the consequences of killing a puny little Long? How? Back then, he suppressed Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun and the Qilin clan to all kneel down with his power alone, and he completely disregarded the consequences. Sai, you're satisfied with killing someone, but this place isn't the outside world's demon race after all. Long Qi isn't willing to drop this matter, so he'll definitely think of ways to put you to death. Long Ji said with a sigh, when soldiers come, use a general to hold them off. When the water rises, use dirt to keep it back. Scared of him? For what? Yi Yuan said coolly. At this time, Lu'er and Yang Feier also moved closer. Lu'er said with an aggrieved look, young master, it was all Lu'er's fault, provoking trouble for you. Yi Yuan smiled dotingly and said, where did you provoke trouble? It was trouble that provoked you. That's all. In this world, there are always some people who act recklessly and blindly. Lu'er said anxiously, but there are no buts. Do you still not know your young master's ability? Yi Yuan directly cut off. Under Long Ji's lead, Yi Yuan entered a stone house. Upon entering the stone house, he entered another SPAC. Above the void, 5 enormous dragons were circling around above, giving people immensely powerful deterrence force, deliberately making things mystifying. Yi Yuan had a look of disdain and slowly walked into SPAC. The leftmost giant dragon opened his mouth and said, Yi Yuan, since you're of the dragon race, why haven't you knelt when you see us? Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, making me kneel also can, as long as you can overpower me with bloodline power. No need to guess, this giant dragon was naturally Long Qi, without a doubt. Yi Yuan naturally did not have a good opinion of this Long Qi being able to bring up Long. How that kind of grandson? How good could this fellow be? Sure enough, the moment he opened his mouth, Yi Yuan felt that overbearing tone. Most likely, this guy was also talked like this normal. Snort. You're the one who said it. Kneel down. Long Qi gave a cold snort. A powerful, true dragon bloodline power pressed down on Yi Yuan akin to a giant mountain. Although he knew that Yi Yuan definitely had reliance, what kind of existence was he, Long Qi? Why would he care about a puny little rank 6 dragon's pride? As a heavenly emperor powerhouse, his bloodline was incomparably pure, already evolving to a kind of peak of the dragon race. How could a mere Yi Yuan resist his suppression? It was just that when the Long Ji beside Yi Yuan saw this scene, his face revealed a strange look. When he reported to the clan, it was naturally impossible to cover all details, no matter how trivial. These elders knew that Yi Yuan was of the dragon race, but they did not know how pure Yi Yuan's dragon race bloodline was. Being able to contend with sacred ancestor, high priest, that level of existence with true dragon would Yi Yuan's bloodline power be of the common sort? The strength of bloodline power was unrelated to cultivation realm. As long as bloodline was pure enough, even if it was a powerful peak, heavenly emperor existence, a weakling could also resist. Sure enough, Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh. The dragon race bloodline pressure in his body suddenly bloomed. Anastones. H.I. Plussing aura soared to the sky, pressing right up against Long Chi's pressure. Bang! Two great pressures colliding suddenly, it caused the void to tremble. Long Chi's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, "Impossible! How can your bloodline power be so strong?" A hint of ridicule flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and he said, "Coolly, this is your bloodline power? Looks like your potential has already been pretty much exhausted." With one exchange, Yi Yuan sensed the strength of Long Chi's bloodline. For him to be able to cultivate to his present realm, he'd basically reached the end already. It was just that Yi Yuan's words clearly poked Long Chi's sore spot. Yi Yuan clearly saw the corners of the giant dragon's mouth twitch, clearly being greatly enraged. Above the void, Long Chi roared angrily and said, "Gentlemen, this boy is too arrogant, showing no respect to his elders. Everybody attacking together to suppress." Long Chi could not deal with Yi Yuan by himself, and actually shamelessly invited the rest to take action. The few people were just about to make a move, but they then heard Long Chi said, "Coolly, stop making a spectacle of yourselves. Even counting Dragon Lord in, it's also impossible to suppress Yi Yuan." "What? This is impossible. How can this be possible? I don't believe it." "Long Chi, what nonsense are you talking about?" The few great protector elders clearly did not believe Long Chi's words, having shocked expressions on their faces. 6 great heavenly emperors making a move at the same time actually could not suppress a measly little rank 6 dragon. Long Chi laughed in spite of himself and said, "Talking nonsense? That's because you all didn't see how he solved Ask Not. He defeated Medicine Ancestor with a sword of will, forcefully resisted Sacred Ancestor High Priest with his true dragon will, and shattered the firmament with his Qilin will, breaking the world that Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor, 2 people, created. Do you guys think that you're stronger than Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest?" Chapter 2134. Threaten. Chapter 2134. Threaten this? How is this possible? Above the void came the cries of exclamations of the group of dragon race heavenly emperors. The words that Long Chi said were seriously too inconceivable. "Ho, do you all think that Ask Not, this eternal chess game, is that easy to solve, if not for having a Stonies? Plussing ability. How can Yi Yuan walk out of Ask Not?" "Long," she said with a look of ridicule. Even until now, Long Ji held Yi Yuan in awe and veneration too. The people who witnessed the entire process of Yi Yuan clearing Ask Not would respect Yi Yuan from the bottom of their hearts. Under Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor, High Priest's pressure, what did heavenly emperors count as? "Kid, you were messing with me?" Long Chi suddenly came to a realization and reproached angrily. After Yi Yuan entered, he intentionally said to have him use suppression with bloodline power. Actually, Yi Yuan totally knew that no matter how strong his, Long Chi's bloodline power was, he could not suppress Yi Yuan at all. Making a fool of himself. That's all. Yet he fell for it. Yi Yuan could contend with Sacred Ancestor High Priest, that kind of powerhouse with true dragon will. How pure was his bloodline? Wouldn't utilizing bloodline power in front of him be teaching one's grandmother how to suck eggs? This guy simply did it on purpose. "Ho, you're not considered too stupid yet," Yi Yuan said with a laugh. "What not considered too stupid? It was simply too stupid." Long Ji already said the outcome before they came to realize the truth. What was it if not dumb? "Brat, this emperor will tear you to pieces." Long Chi's angry roar came from above the void. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws. "An Astonies. Plussing pressure enveloped down, and was going to exterminate Yi Yuan. But right at this time, a beautiful figure slowly walked out of the void and said, "Coolly, what are you trying to do, Long Chi? Do you want to make Rain Dragon's stronghold become the Dragon Clan's sinner that's condemned through the ages? The arrival was dressed in white plumage, silky black hair, winding around, boundlessly beautiful. Yi Yuan looked over. This woman actually had some similarities with Long Xiaochun. Long Qi's face fell, and he said rather unwillingly, "I pay respect to Dragon Lord." When the rest saw this woman, they also each bowed down. Yi Yuan did not expect that this Rain Dragon Stronghold's Dragon Lord was actually a woman. Dragon Lord waved her hand and said coolly, "All return to your original bodies for what? Trying to scare people? Why haven't you put it away?" Long Qi and the rest recovered to their original appearances, all having Imbara's said looks on their faces. They did it in order to scare people, but who knew that they failed to scare people and even utterly lost their faces? "You're Yi Yuan?" Dragon Lord looked at Yi Yuan and started sizing him up. Yi Yuan pays respect to Dragon Lord. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said. Long Qi was already too impatient to wait and said in a solemn voice, "Dragon Lord, this boy did not distinguish black from white and killed Long Hao 3 people when he just arrived at the Dragon Clan. He committed an atrocious crime and definitely can't be tolerated." Dragon Lord's dark brows furrowed slightly when she heard that and said, "This incident was clearly Long Hao 3 people who were in the wrong first. Isn't Elder Long Qi too overbearing?" Long Hao injured Luer and Yang Feier and even wanted to forcibly seize the 2 people in public. Many people saw it, so it was naturally not difficult for Dragon Lord to want to know. Except to a powerhouse like Long Qi, how was there any right or wrong? He was strong, so he was reason. Long Qi gave a cold snort and said, "Overbearing? Ha ha, even if Hauer committed a capital offense, it's also not his turn to come and execute him. Moreover, just 2 measly human girls. Hauer taking fancy on them is their fortune." Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed, and he said with a cold smile, "Indeed, a crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. In my view, your grandson was a pile of dog-s. I plus T, killed then killed, what about it? Could it be that you dare to kill me? You." Long Qi choked and nearly stifled until he had internal injuries. Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai was too sensitive. He could not touch him at all. The crime of launching a divine war was not what he could shoulder. Humph. Do you really think that this emperor can't do anything to you? Long Qi said, angrily, "What can you do to me?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Yi Yuan discovered that Long Qi seemed to make light of Dragon Lord. It was like the person managing things here was him. Long Qi laughed coldly, and he said, "Even if I can't kill you, those few people around you, this emperor can kill them." Brilliant light suddenly shone from Yi Yuan's eyes. The bloodline pressure in his body suddenly bloomed, and he said in a cold voice, "If you dare to touch them, this ye will definitely trample your Rain Dragon stronghold in the future. If you don't believe it, you can wait and see." Long Qi's 2 eyes narrowed. He saw incomparably firm resolve in Yi Yuan's eyes. He did not doubt that Yi Yuan had this ability. With Yi Yuan's talent, reaching Heavenly Emperor realm was virtually certain. Swaz. H. Plus right at this time, a figure suddenly barged into this S. P.A.C. Long Qi, if you dare to make things difficult for Yi Yuan, I, Long Xiaochun, definitely will not let you off. Long Xiaochun arrived. When Dragon Lord saw Long Xiaochun, her brows furrowed, and she berated, "Long Xiaochun, you arbitrarily barged into the elders' meeting. Where's the sense of propriety?" When Long Xiaochun saw Dragon Lord, her pretty face could not help turning stiff. But very quickly, she stubbornly said again, "Mother, this matter was clearly Long Hao's fault. Even death couldn't expiate his sins. So why punish Yi Yuan? When Long Qi saw Long Xiaochun arrive, he did not get angry but was overjoyed instead, only to see him give a cold snort and say, "Dragon Lord, Long Xiaochun trace ba." Said the elders meeting and shows no respect for her elders. I wonder what should be the punishment. Dragon Lord's expression changed, and she said in anger, "Long Xiaochun, still don't withdraw. This emperor will put you in confinement for 1,000 years. Long Xiaochun gritted her teeth and said stubbornly, "Even if you confine me for 1,000 years, I also can't let you guys hurt Yi Yuan. He was brought here by me, so I must bring him out safely." Seeing Long Xiaochun defending him like this, Yi Yuan was moved. He laughed and said, "Xiaochun, you withdraw first. This old fellow doesn't dare to touch me." Long Xiaochun blinked a few times and said, "Really?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Of course it's real. If this old thing dared to kill me, why would he hold some elders' meeting?" Long Xiaochun tilted her head and thought about it. It seemed to be the truth. Hence, she nodded her head happily and said with a smile, "Okay, then I'll wait for you outside." After Long Xiaochun left, Long Qi laughed coldly and said, "Kid, whether you can live until then is still not known. Dragon Lord, even if I can't touch Yi Yuan, there's no problem with this emperor killing a few of his people to vent my anger, right? You wouldn't shelter a few humans, right?" When Dragon Lord heard that, her face revealed a hesitant look, but Yi Yuan's expression changed. Dragon Lord's change in attitude made his heart sink to rock bottom. When Long Qi saw Yi Yuan's expression, he was delighted. This brat was just like a hedgehog, neither listening to reason nor bowing to force. But his probing earlier clearly found Yi Yuan's weakness. His weakness was the people around him. Seeing that Dragon Lord was still hesitating, Long Qi increased the dosage and said, "If Dragon Lord insists on showing partiality for humans, then this emperor can only initiate an elders' meeting to decide by voting." Yi Yuan saw that the situation was not right and said in a cold voice, "Old dog, what the I do you want?" Long Qi smiled coldly and said, "Ha ha, this emperor even thought that you feared neither heaven nor the earth. Turns out that you have something that you're scared of too. Rest assured, as long as you promise this emperor a condition, this emperor can let those few people go." Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed together, and he said in a solemn voice, "What condition?" Long Qi chuckled and had an appearance of satisfaction due to his wicked scheme, succeeding, as he said, "Sign a life and death agreement. Just say that you willingly entered the Dragon Eye Cave, and everything has nothing to do with the Dragon Clan. As long as you can do it, this emperor will spare their lives." Chapter 2135, Dragon Eye Cave. Chapter 2135, Dragon Eye Cave, Dragon Eye Cave. No way. Hearing this name, Dragon Lord's expression changed, and she immediately rejected it. Long Qi smiled coldly and said, "Then according to Dragon Lord's meaning, Howard died in vain. Or are you going to let this emperor go and kill those few humans to take revenge for Howard?" Dragon Lord's gaze turned cold, and she said in a solemn voice, "Dragon Eye Cave is the Dragon Clan's forbidden area. If even a heavenly emperor powerhouse goes it, it will be hard to come out too. You're asking Yi Yuan to go in. Isn't it making him seek death?" What a joke. Not letting him go to a dangerous place. Could it be letting him go to a safe place? This emperor not smacking him to death with one slap is already very frustrating. As for the Dragon Eye Cave, if he really has a heaven-defying destiny and comes out of there, then this emperor also has nothing to say anymore. Long Qi looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold laugh, "The Dragon Eye Cave was filled with dangers. Forget about rank 6. Even if it was rank 7, no one came out before 2. Unless one's strength reached Heavenly Emperor realm. Only then did one barely have the ability to protect themselves. Even so, it was also very dangerous. Long Qi did not believe that Yi Yuan could really come out after entering the Dragon Eye Cave. As for that agreement, it could just nicely be used to deal with Sacred Ancestor, High Priest's fury. It could be said to satisfy both sides, killing Yi Yuan and also leaving Sacred Ancestor, High Priest, with nothing to say. Thinking up to here, Long Qi also could not help rubbing his hands in glee. Such a genius idea. Only he could come up with it. Fine, I'll go. Yi Yuan's gaze became heavy as he said. Dragon Lord frowned and said, Young man, you don't know what kind of place Dragon Eye Cave is and dare to agree to it. This lord is telling you, going in with your strength is certain death. Yi Yuan understood that Dragon Lord being concerned for him was likely because of Long Xiaochun. But this Long Qi was incomparably cunning and definitely would not give him the chance. If he did not go in, he might really make a move against Luer they all. Many thanks for Dragon Lord's concern. Yi Yuan appreciates it. But so what even if it's a dragon's lair or tiger's den? What kind of scene have I, Yi Yuan, not seen before? Old thing, sure, I can go in, but you have to swear a heavenly Tao oath. You're absolutely not allowed to harm Luer they all. Yi Yuan looked at Long Qi and said in a deep voice, Haha, straightforward enough. You rest, A.S. Assured, as long as you sign the agreement, this emperor will naturally swear the heavenly Tao oath to set your mind at ease, Long Qi said with a loud laugh. Coming out of the stone house, Long Xiaochun and Long Xiaohai immediately came up to greet. Yi Yuan, they didn't make things difficult for you, right? Long Xiaochun said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I already said that old thing doesn't dare. Only then did Long Xiaochun set her mind at rest and said with a laugh, He looks like second sage this tea. Tea is still pretty useful. That Long Hao, I've long found him displeasing to the eye. Well killed. Humph. Xiaochun. Long Xiaohai gave a warning gaze. The latter hurriedly shut her mouth. Luer still did not quite believe it, and said, Young master, is it really fine? Yi Yuan smiled, and said, Of course. Do you still not believe your young master? When Luer heard this, only then did she smile, being satisfied. Deep in the night, Lone Swan appeared in Yi Yuan's room, his expression somber. The other people's thoughts were pure, and did not suspect things. But he lived to a ripe old age. How could he really rest his heart? After all, this place was the Dragon Clan, and not the priest temple. Sure enough, Yi Yuan definitely had something to talk about by calling him here. Yi Yuan looked at Lone Swan's expression, and could not help smiling as he said, There's no need to have this expression. Aren't I perfectly fine? Lone Swan's expression was solemn as he said, I wonder what instructions Master has. Yi Yuan said, Tomorrow morning I'll enter the Dragon Eye Cave, and might be gone for a very long time. If I come out within 10 years, there's naturally no problem. If I don't come out within 10 years, you bring them and leave East Suppression pseudo-world and return to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to quietly wait for news. Lone Swan's expression changed, and he said, Master, what kind of place is this Dragon Eye Cave? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I don't know either, but it's definitely a dangerous place. That old dog used your lives to threaten me, making me enter this Dragon Eye Cave. You don't need to have this expression either. Master has cleared before many dangerous places, so how can it be that easy for that old dog to want to do me to death? Lone Swan's expression was solemn as he said, but Yi Yuan said coolly, There are no buts. This period of time that I'm not around, you take good care of Luer they all. If this S knows that I went to the Dragon Eye Cave, she definitely won't agree to it. Tell her after I leave. In addition, you also have to practice your alchemy diligently. After Master comes out, I'll be evaluating you. Lone Swan's expression flickered incessantly. Only after a long time did he slowly nod his head and said, Yes, Master. Master has to be more careful on this trip. Early next morning, before the sky was bright, Yi Yuan arrived outside a stone tower situated in the middle of Rain Dragon's stronghold. Long Ji was already waiting there. You really thought it through about this? The moment you go, it will likely be hard to turn back. Long Ji said, If I don't go, will that old dog let me off? Yi Yuan answered with a question. Long Ji sighed and said, If I had long known it would be like this, I shouldn't have brought you guys here. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Saying anything now is too late. But I'm afraid that it's not so easy for that old dog to want my life. There are a lot of evil things inside the Dragon Eye Cave. Furthermore, they are incomparably ferocious. This stone brilliant tower is used to suppress the Dragon Eye Cave. Long Ji looked at Yi Yuan and said with a complicated expression. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. He did not expect that the Dragon Eye Cave was actually in the middle of Rain Dragon's stronghold. The Dragon Clan's habitat was actually built at such a dangerous place. It was just like this place was specially constructed in order to suppress the Dragon Eye Cave. Come on, follow me. Long Chi, they all are already waiting for you. Take care not to touch the array formation. Otherwise, immortals can't save you too, Long Ji warned. Yi Yuan followed Long Ji into the stone tower and went down the stairs. No idea how deep they went down either. It suddenly became bright in front. The two people arrived in a great hall. In the center of the hall, purple light revolved like a cave entrance. Inside exuded thick, evil devilish aura. This was still after being sealed. It was not known how strong the devilish aura inside the Dragon Eye Cave was. If someone with celestial deity realm and below cultivation was here, they would likely immediately be frozen into ice cubes by this devilish aura. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed, immediately feeling the danger of this Dragon Eye Cave. No wonder Dragon Lord's expression became like that the moment she heard Dragon Eye Cave. Long Chi and Long Yu were both here. When they saw Yi Yuan, they made no attempt to conceal the delight on their faces. Yi Yuan, we came to send you off. Long Yu's words carried a double meaning as he said delightedly. Yi Yuan already recovered his cool and said with a faint smile, Then I'll have to trouble you guys. I even thought that you should be sending Long. How off at this time? Long Chi's face fell, and he said with a cold smile, Relax. There's you accompanying on the road to the netherworld. Howard won't be lonely. Yi Yuan laughed when he heard it and said, Then you guys have to pray that I don't die. Otherwise, after I go there, he'll die once more. When these father and son two people saw Yi Yuan's appearance, they gnashed their teeth in hatred. Humph! Razor-tongued. See if you can still laugh after you enter the Dragon Eye Cave. Enough see, our AP brought the contract. Long Chi said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan took out a jade slip and said coolly, Swear it then. Chapter 2136. A Treasure Vault. Chapter 2136. A treasure vault swearing the heavenly Tao oath and taking the contract. Long Chi's face finally revealed a hint of delight. Ha! You must still be thinking of coming out, right? Telling you quite regretfully, this entrance is one way. One can only enter and not come out. Furthermore, after you go in, you'll be transported to another venue randomly. If there are many powerful monsters there, then congratulations. You won the prize. Long Yu said smugly, Oh, in this case, the Dragon Eye Cave doesn't have an exit? Yi Yuan asked curiously. If there was no exit, then it would really be somewhat troublesome. If it was an enclosed world, then no matter how strong he became, it would also be impossible to come out of there. It is not that there isn't any. I heard that there are some spatial rifts inside the Dragon Eye Cave that traverses between spatial turbulent flows and the Dragon Eye Cave. But where these spatial rifts are, and, body knows either. Therefore, entering the Dragon Eye Cave is equivalent to crossing the Rubicon. Longji said in a solemn voice. Long Chi laughed wildly as he said, "Brat, there's still time to regret now, but those few humans' lives can't be guaranteed." Ha ha! Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and leaped, his figure directly plunging into the cave entrance. Long Chi still wanted to take a look at Yi Yuan's panicky appearance. Who knew that Yi Yuan was so straightforward, directly jumping in? He could not help feeling annoyed. Humph! Not being able to kill you with my own hands. Consider yourself getting off easily. Finished talking, Long Chi's figure moved. Vanis. Plussing from the great hall. Longji also sighed slightly and turned around and left. However, not long after the few people left, a figure secretly slipped into the hall. Swizz. Plus a ray of azure light flashed past. That figure dashed right into the Dragon Eye Cave. The guards could not react in time at all. When the two Empyrean realm guards saw this scene, their faces could not help changing greatly. Just now, that seemed to be Long Xiaochun, right? This misfortune star actually entered the Dragon Eye Cave. Things are blown up now. You watch here. I'll immediately report it to Dragon Lord. The two people were seized with panic and left the great hall like flying. Yi Yuan only felt the world spin around. No idea how long had said either. He finally landed on solid ground. It was a foreign world in front of him. Blood-red sky seemed like flames were burning in the sky. Incomparably somber. Limitless devilish aura. Salt him frenziedly, penetrating right into the marrow. What fierce devilish aura! It's many times stronger than even the fiend race's devilish aura. However, such a pure devilish aura is very good cultivation resource. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. The Chaos Heavenspan cannon quietly revolved and started to crazily absorb the devilish aura. If someone saw this scene, their would probably fall out. Once this kind of horrifying devilish aura entered the body, regardless of whether it was the demon race or human race, they would probably be unable to withstand it and would be corroded by this devilish aura very quickly, becoming a walking corpse. When normal people came here, they would have to revolve divine essence to push away this devilish aura. But Yi Yuan was different. He was directly absorbing it. Once the devilish aura entered the body, it was immediately refined by the Chaos Heavenspan cannon, becoming a ball of chaos divine essence, converging into the origin pill. Yi Yuan's origin pill became smaller and smaller, but the chaos divine essence became purer and purer. Everything originated from chaos. Everything returned to chaos. To Yi Yuan, there was no difference between whatever divine essence, fiend essence, or demon divine essence. As long as it was a form of energy, it could be refined by the Chaos Heavenspan cannon, becoming chaos divine essence in the end. As long as Yi Yuan was willing, he could also invoke chaos divine essence to imitate any form of energy. The devilish energy here is really a great tonic. Cultivating one day is practically equivalent to 10 days in the outside world. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally. Swizz. Plus a dark ball object arrived behind Yi Yuan, silently. All of a sudden, that dark object opened its gaping maws, revealing sharp teeth, and bit towards Yi Yuan's neck. Puchi. A streak of cold light flashed past. The sharp sword energy entered right from the gaping maws, piercing right through the monster's head. Awoo! The monster emitted a series of strange cries and fell to the ground, twitching a few times before it stopped moving. Yi Yuan turned around and looked. This monster looked like a black dog. It was just that the hair all over its body was extremely long, and it did not even have an eye. If it did not open its mouth, it would look just like a black ball. This monster wanted to ambush Yi Yuan. How could it know that Yi Yuan seemed to have grown eyes at the back of his head, directly annihilating it? This is the monster that they spoke of? Indeed, very strong. Never heard before that the heaven-span world still has this kind of monster. What in the world are these? Yi Yuan said with a frown. The aura exuding from this monster's body was roughly the same as a human fifth firmament true G. Oh, D. But that strike earlier, probably 3/5 firmament true G. Oh, DS were not a match either. Abyss monster. Dustless's voice suddenly rang out. Abyss monster? You're talking about these? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Dustless nodded his head and said, That's right. Following the soul-suppressing pearl's breakthrough to a heavenly emperor spirit treasure, my memories seem to have somewhat recovered. I feel very familiar with this Dragonite Cave. It seems like I've come before once. Yi Yuan was taken aback when he heard that and said, You came here before? Could it be that Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove came before? Dustless said, Possible. These abyss monsters are very strong. Same rank humans are not a match at all. There are even some powerful existences among them that can even jump realms to battle. Yi Yuan, you have to be more careful. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Amen, I'll be careful. What's this? Yi Yuan was just about to leave when he suddenly discovered that beside that abyss monster's corpse, a black crystal fell out. What thick devilish energy! This thing must be the abyss monster's life essence. TSK. The devilish energy stored inside here is even purer than the devilish energy in the air. Seeing this black crystal, Yi Yuan's two eyes could not help lighting up. When others saw this devilish energy, it was like a rat seeing a cat. There might not even be time to even run. But Yi Yuan behaved like he obtained a priceless treasure. Ha ha ha! This Dragonite Cave is really a good place. With this kind of black crystals, I can break through to 8th firmament true G. Oh, D within a very short time. That old dog forced me to come to the Dragonite Cave. But he probably never dreamed that this place is simply a paradise to me. Yi Yuan put away the black crystal and said with a loud laugh, The devilish energy inside this one piece of black crystal was virtually equivalent to a rank 6 divine pill. What did Yi Yuan lack most in his cultivation? Medicinal pills. Even if Yi Yuan currently had deep pockets, the tie of the medicinal pills that his cultivation required was too great. Rank 6 spirit medicines were extremely precious. Even if Yi Yuan did not lack money, he could not get that many spirit medicines either. However, as long as there was an endless stream of medicinal pills, Yi Yuan's cultivation would definitely be very fast. However, there were countless abyss monsters here. It was equivalent to having countless rank 6 divine pills. This place was simply a treasure vault to Yi Yuan. Brilliant light shone in Yi Yuan's eyes. There was already a crazy plan in his head. Hunt abyss monsters. Chapter 2137. Big Brother Sun will protect you. Chapter 2137. Big Brother Sun will protect you. Bang. 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 Inside the dark, dense woods, several figures crisscrossed, the battle situation very intense. A white figure Pa-S said through between more than a dozen black monsters. The situation was alarmingly dangerous. However, that white figure was extremely nimble. No matter how dangerous the situation, he could always turn danger into safety in the end. This white-clothed youth was precisely Yi Yuan. Currently, close to a year's time already Pa-S said since Yi Yuan entered the Dragonite Cave. Yi Yuan's aura was much stronger compared to when he just came in. In this 1 year, Yi Yuan hunted several thousand rank 6 abyss monsters, obtaining large amounts of black crystals. Of course, How could one not wet their shoes if they frequently walked by the roadside? Yi Yuan naturally encountered Empyrean realm abyss monsters before too. But Yi Yuan was long prepared. He had long laid down the spatial node technique. The moment he ran into Empyrean realm abyss monsters, he would immediately run. Therefore, although the abyss monsters here were strong, Yi Yuan's survival ability was stronger. Up until now, Yi Yuan did not encounter real danger either. True sword hollow etch. A roar came over. Noiseless sword energy instantly erupted with horrifying energy. 3 black abyss monsters were directly blown up. Roar, roar. The remaining abyss monsters seemed to have become enraged, pouncing toward Yi Yuan crazily. Humph! You brutes really have no idea of death or danger. Grand Universe Palm. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and suddenly fired a palm out. The dragon pranced the vast expanse of open ground, roaming the 9 heavens unhindered. 4 to 5 abyss monsters were directly blown up. Roar, roar, roar. The remaining abyss monsters became even more furious. One ball of horrifying energy undulations after another exploded by Yi Yuan's side. True sword hollow etch. With another noiseless sword energy, Yi Yuan reaped the lives of the abyss monsters without any mercy. Battling for a day and night, Yi Yuan finally annihilated all of these abyss monsters. Phew, this batch of guys are really formidable. Even if a 9th firmament true D was here, they would probably be blown up in one move by them too. Yi Yuan huffed a turbid breath as he spoke. The strength of this batch of abyss monsters, all of them were above 8th firmament true D realm, but their combat strength was extremely horrifying. Human 9th firmament true DS were not their match at all. Yi Yuan's present strength already infinitely approached an 8th firmament true D, coupled with his fleshy body strength. He had virtually no opponents under Empyrean. But even so, with his strength, he also expended tremendous effort before slaying them. Yi Yuan packed up all of the black crystals and said with a smile, this batch of abyss monsters are strong, but the black crystals are also purer and stronger. With this batch of black crystals, I should be able to break through to 8th firmament origin pill. In this 1 year, Yi Yuan completely treated the Dragon Eye Cave as a cultivation treasure land. As long as he saw rank 6 abyss monsters, Yi Yuan's 2 eyes would definitely yes. I plus any killing them. If Long Qi was here, he would definitely be angered until he vomited blood. His method that he thought of as brilliant became Yi Yuan's wedding gown. But in this 1 year, Yi Yuan also figured out some of the Dragon Eye Cave world's rules. Which place was dangerous, which place was safe, which place had powerful abyss monsters coming and going. He had an idea in his heart. As long as he did not overshoot this boundary, there was no great danger. This dense forest at present belonged to a more dangerous place. There were many late-stage true D realm abyss monsters coming and going. Following the increase in Yi Yuan's strength, the initial region's abyss monsters already did not pose any challenge to him. Finding a secluded place, Yi Yuan laid down a bunch of protective array formations and started refining the black crystals. When the devilish energy entered the body, Yi Yuan's realm started loosening up. Several days later, Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed, finally stepping into 8th firmament origin pill. Breaking through is getting harder and harder. Slowly opening both eyes, Yi Yuan could not help saying with an emotional sigh, but the price paid is still worth it. Right now, even though I'm at the 8th firmament origin pill, in terms of divine essence thickness, I'm probably even stronger than ordinary 9th firmament true DS, putting aside true D realms, even when facing Empyrean realms. It's at least also not without the slightest strength to fight back anymore. After breaking through to the 9th firmament origin pill, When I unleash all of my means, even facing a first firmament Empyrean shouldn't be anything difficult, too. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's gaze became sharp, and he said in a solemn voice, "Lier, after I break through the next realm, I'll fetch you back home. Lin Chongqing, 2,000 years hasn't arrived. But I wonder how gifted your so-called genius is." It was already close to 1,000 years. In a twinkle, Yi Yuan's longing for Lier did not stop for a second, and Lin Chongqing's overbearingness was also fresh in Yi Yuan's mind. That Lin Chongqing cracked himself up to be a genius that felt that Yi Yuan was like an ant. At that time, Yi Yuan just entered the celestial deity realm, but Lin Chongqing was already an Empyrean. But 1,000 years said Yi Yuan was already a dragon flying in the sky, and only a step away from Empyrean. What realm did Lin Chongqing, cultivate to? The Sea of Law the last time, as well as clearing Ask Not, both brought tremendous inspirations to Yi Yuan, with the outcome being extremely far-reaching. Regarding the next realm, Yi Yuan already had a general idea in his mind. Yi Yuan had a feeling that the next realm would be greatly different. The iron law that Empyreans could not be leapfrogged was a joke at Yi Yuan here. Yi Yuan had confidence that as long as he broke through, his strength would absolutely not be beneath Lin Chongqing. There's actually someone here, and it's even a human. As he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly sounded out not far away. Another person said, an 8th firmament true G. OD? To actually be able to survive in the Star Devil Forest really hit the jackpot. Why would a human bred appear here? Could it be that he entered from a spatial rift? Yi Yuan turned his head to look and saw 3 dragon race youths with disdain and mocking looks on their faces. The person in the lead was a scarred youth. He walked in front of Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Boy, do you know what place this is?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Dragon Eye Cave." The scarred youth's 2 eyes narrowed and could not help revealing a look of disappointment. Knowing about the Dragon Eye Cave, then he probably did not enter from a spatial rift. It was absolutely impossible for humans to know about this place. The scarred youth said with a smile that was not a smile, "Oh, you actually know that it's the Dragon Eye Cave. Then you still dare to swagger about here in the Star Devil Forest? Truly, the ignorant are fearless." Yi Yuan smiled as he answered with a question. Could it be that there's some genuinely safe place in this Dragon Eye Cave? The scarred youth could not help suffocating, being choked badly. This place was the world abyss monsters. A safe place was just relatively speaking. The scarred youth said, "Kid, consider yourself lucky to run into us. Walking by yourself in the Star Devil Forest with your bit of strength when you encounter a powerful abyss monster, you won't even know how you die. Since we met, follow us in the future. With Big Brother Sun protecting you, it won't be that easy even if you want to die too." "All right," Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. This 1 year had always been him going solo. It was too dreary. Furthermore, in this kind of place, an additional person was always an additional portion of strength. These few people were clearly veterans here already and should understand this place better. Understanding the situation from them was pretty good. As for Big Brother Sun protecting you, this sort of word, Yi Yuan automatically ignored it. Chapter 21:38. Just a misunderstanding. Chapter 21:38. Just a misunderstanding along the way. The 3 people were extremely careful, just thieves that entered a house, fearful of making any sounds. Encountering a tiny bit of wind rustling, they would be like startled rabbits, slipping away with a scramble. Yi Yuan had a relaxed look as he followed behind the 3 people. This scene naturally became synonymous with acting recklessly and blindly in the eyes of the 3 people. However, the 3 people really had some ability in the area of avoiding abyss monsters. The moment there were some activities, they would be able to recognize it in advance and avoid it. Clearly, these few people already had their way of survival in this Dragon Eye cave. Along the way, Yi Yuan baited quite a bit of verbal exchanges. These three people were called Long Sun, Ao Ming, and Long Qing. They came from different respective Earth strongholds and Black strongholds, and were people who committed the most heinous crimes and were thrown into the Dragon Eye cave. Entering the Dragon Eye cave was basically equivalent to being sentenced to the death penalty, but it did not mean that one would die right away. These three people were crafty and sly, finding a way to survive in this place, avoiding many dangers, and even pulled together a team of more than 10 people. Most of these people committed severe crimes in the strongholds. That was why they would be thrown into the Dragon Eye cave. This made Yi Yuan very surprised. These dragon clans' habitats actually all had the Dragon Eye cave's entrances. What kind of N place was this Dragon Eye cave? But those who survived in this region were mostly not strong, being only at the true G, D realm. Long Sun had already entered the Dragon Eye cave for over 20 years. He was already considered outstanding among this group of people. Right now, they were currently leading Yi Yuan back to the base. Kid, let me tell you, if you're like this in the Dragon Eye cave, it will be considered little even if you die 100 times over. Long Sun looked at Yi Yuan and said with a disappointed look, this guy was exasperatingly slow every time, taking his own sweet time, angering Long Sun badly. But Long Sun also felt strange in his heart. How come this kid could always keep up with the three of them? As proud members of the dragon race, Long Sun three people looked down on Yi Yuan, this human, from the bottom of their hearts. But they had to admit that Yi Yuan's luck was very good. Yi Yuan smiled and said, many thanks for Big Brother Sun taking care along the way. Long Sun shot a glare at Yi Yuan and said with a cold snort, at least you have some eyesight. Along the way, if not for Big Brother Sun, you'd have died 10 times. Yes, yes, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Roar, roar. Right at this time, several ferocious abyss monsters suddenly dashed out of the dense woods, blocking the few people's path all at once. These few abyss monsters came extremely suddenly, like they had been lying in ambush. Long Sun's face turned pale with a swoosh. The auras of the few abyss monsters were very powerful and already had peak rank 6 cultivation realm. As for combat strength, it absolutely swept across those in the same rank. It was only to see Long Sun's eyes swivel around, a plan forming in his head. He winked at Long Qing and Ao Ming, then shouted loudly, ha! Do these brutes really take it that your Grandpa Sun is easy to be pushed around? Boy, you deal with that right side one. Leave the rest to the three of us. There were 6 abyss monsters that appeared this time, the 3 of them dealing with 5, and letting Yi Yuan deal with 1 sounded very righteous. How could Yi Yuan not know Long Sun's little scheme? But he did not mind either, slowly drawing the bone sword and walking towards the abyss monster. Roar, roar! Seeing Yi Yuan slowly walk over, the group of monsters was clearly enraged, immediately pouncing over toward him. At this time, Long Sun winked again. The 3 people took off and escaped in the opposite direction with extremely fast speed. Kid, Big Brother Sun saved you many times along the way, then you save Big Brother Sun once, and stay behind to be cannon fodder. Ha ha! Behind came Long Sun's delighted laughter. Amidst the laughter, Yi Yuan did not turn his head back either, like he did not hear his words, continuing to walk over towards the abyss monsters. Then, Long Sun's laughter abruptly stopped. Bang! 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 Yi Yuan stabbed a sword out, carrying along with the stonies. Plussing explosion sounds. Amidst the 3 people's stupefied gazes, the 6 abyss monsters were completely annihilated. From start to end, Yi Yuan only unleashed 1 sword. this. How is this possible? Long Qing's jaws almost dropped, his eyes full of disbelief. So strong. Ao Ming similarly opened his mouth wide and said in shock. Long Sun rubbed his eyes. He was doubting if he saw wrongly or not, but he rubbed many times and discovered that it was still the same outcome. Abyss monsters completely wiped out. Is this guy a freak? How can he be so strong? Long Sun said in shock. He suddenly recalled him showing off in front of Yi Yuan, and even said, Big Brother Sun will protect you. It was simply like being a clown. Yi Yuan exterminated 6 peak rank 6 abyss monsters with 1 sword. Wouldn't killing him be like chopping vegetables? He thought that Yi Yuan was just a little lamb who knew that it was a big gray wolf. The shock in Long Sun's heart was simply unable to use words to describe. He had mucked around in this dragon eye cave for so long. How could he not have an understanding of the abyss monster's combat power? Back then, they ran into a peak rank 6 abyss monster. 5 people attacked at the same time. In the end, they successfully escaped with the death of 2 people as the price. Peak rank 6 abyss monsters swept away everything. Hence, when he saw those abyss monsters, he thought of running away at once. Fight! It did not exist. But now, Yi Yuan just unleashed 1 sword and dealt with 6 peak rank 6 abyss monsters. What kind of terrifying combat power was this? Long Sun was of the proud dragon race, so he completely looked down on humans. But now, Yi Yuan shattered his pride to smithereens with absolute strength. Was this guy really just 8th Firmament True Ji? Od? Yi Yuan was also very satisfied with the power of this sword, breaking through to 8th Firmament True Ji. Od, his strength indeed made great improvements again. The power of True Sword Hollow Etch was more than several times stronger than before. Dealing with these peak rank 6 abyss monsters naturally did not need that much effort anymore. This lord just now, we were just, it was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Long Sun had an awkward look, wanting to explain his earlier actions. Except, he discovered that no matter how he explained, it was very feeble. Witnessing Yi Yuan's strength, how could they still dare to run? No matter how fast they were, could they be faster than Yi Yuan's sword? That scene earlier was seriously too shocking. Yi Yuan put away the bone sword, turned to look at Long Sun, and said with a smile, Big Brother Sun, dare not, in front of your excellency, how can this lowly one dare call himself Big Brother Sun? Your excellency, just call me Little Sun will do, Long Sun said in fear and trepidation. Yi Yuan laughed and said, It's still Big Brother Sun. That sounds warm. Big Brother Sun doesn't need to explain anything. This he understands. There are dangers all around in the Dragon Eye Cave, so sacrificing the knights in order to save the queen is only human nature. And many thanks for your excellency's understanding. Long Sun said with a fearful look on his face. He did not know whether Yi Yuan really understood or was faking understanding. After all, the action previously was courting death. However, suddenly, Yi Yuan's tone changed, becoming fierce. Long Sun's heart, that just calmed down, immediately jumped. This is the first time. I hope that it's also the last time. Next time, I won't be so pleasant. Yi Yuan's tone gradually turned cold, making cold sweat pour on Long Sun's forehead. Chapter 2139, Little Sun Admires. Chapter 2139. Little Sun admires. Inside the dense woods, Long Sun, 3 people were in front, faltering. Yi Yuan slowly followed behind, very casual. Along the way, Yi Yuan consecutively took action several times, and it was all insta-kills, frightening Long Sun badly. At the thought of posturing in front of Yi Yuan previously, Long Sun even had the heart to die. Big Brother Sun, this human is too horrifying. You can't deal with him. Ao Ming whispered. Pooh, what are you freaking rubbing my nose in it for? Wanna kill me, is it? Long Sun was frightened by these words until he broke out in a cold sweat and almost finished Ao Ming off in a rage. Ao Ming also shuddered and said, Big Brother Sun, I didn't do it on purpose. However, what is he picking tarnished black devil crystals for? That thing's corrosive power is extremely strong. Even our dragon race's fleshy bodies can't bear it either. How would I know? Maybe he has a hobby for collecting those black crystals. But even if this thing is placed inside storage rings, it will also cause irreversible corrosion to people, Long Sun said with uncertainty. Along the way, he was also very curious. It was just that he was startled by Yi Yuan's strength and did not dare to open his mouth at all. Powerful abyss monsters were as weak as paper in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan killed them as easily as killing chickens and slaughtering dogs. All right, this place should be safer. We can stop for a while, Yi Yuan said coolly. The moment Long Sun heard, he hurriedly ran over and asked, Your Excellency, what instructions do you have? Yi Yuan said, I collected quite a few tarnished black devil crystals along the way, so I'm going to cultivate for a while. You guys protect me. The moment these words came out, Long Sun Three People's eyes went wide, and he opened his mouth wide and asked, Why, Your Excellency is going to use tarnished black devil crystals to cultivate. I didn't hear you wrongly, right? Long Sun was too surprised, resulting in his tongue being tied even when talking. Long Sun even thought that Yi Yuan had some weird hobby, who knew that Yi Yuan was actually using this to cultivate. Using such pure devilish energy to cultivate wasn't as courting death. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Why? Is there a problem? Long Sun said, These tarnished black devil crystals are the crystallization of abyss monsters' devilish energy. It's where their essence is located. The devilish energy contained inside is extremely harmful to martial artists. You're actually going to use it to cultivate. How to cultivate? Yi Yuan said coolly, I have my own ways. You just need to care about standing guard. Yi Yuan casually laid down a few array formations and started cultivating on the spot. One ball of black energy after another flowed out of the tarnished black devil crystals, being absorbed into the body by Yi Yuan. This scene appeared extremely strange. Long Sun Three People's eyes went wide, their face dumbfounded. He really absorbed devilish energy. My G. Oh, D. His absorption speed is also too fast. Isn't he afraid of blowing up? Ao Ming said dumbfounded. Heard that there are some people among humans that are eager for quick success and will frequently cultivate some unorthodox paths. Could it be that he's that kind of martial artist? Long Qing said. Smack. Long Sun directly gave him a slap at the back of his head and scolded. Fool! His Excellency's divine essence undulation is incomparably pure. How does he look like a devil cultivator? Also, His Excellency's divine essence is incomparably thick, far Serpa. Sing same rank powerhouses. Are you freaking blind? Which eighth firmament true G? Oh, DS have you seen that have such horrifying strength? Long Qing had an innocent look, but thinking about it, it was also true. Yi Yuan's divine essence was incomparably pure and orthodox. It was impossible to be a devil cultivator, but this kind of cultivation means still brought him incredible shock. But this is also too peculiar. Forget about a human. Even if it's the fiend race, they also don't dare to absorb tarnished black devil crystals like this. Long Qing said indignantly. Long Sun looked at Yi Yuan with wars. I plus P and said, His Excellency isn't an ordinary person. This devilish energy is merely a form of energy in the end. abyss monsters are able to make use of it to become incomparably powerful. In theory, the human race and demon race should naturally be able to utilize it too. It's just that ordinary cultivation methods are completely unable to stop the devastation of the devilish energy. Looking at it this way, His Excellency's cultivation method must be extremely impressive. Long Sun had some knowledge and understood it very quickly. Only when the other two people heard did they come to a realization. But their eyes, when looking at Yi Yuan, gradually turned from fear to respect. The devilish energy that they feared like a tiger actually became a great tonic to Yi Yuan. TSK, really too incredible. I can even feel that His Excellency's realm is rising rapidly. This is eighth firmament true G. Oh, D. Ao Ming said with a sigh of admiration. The other two people deeply felt that way too. After several days, Yi Yuan refined all of the tarnished black devil crystals. His realm had a considerable rise once more. Long Sun immediately moved close and said with a fawning look, "Your Excellency is really too incredible to actually use the tarnished black devil crystals as divine essence stones." Little Sun admires. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at him and said, "Enough bootlicking, go." "All right, Your Excellency, Little Sun will follow you in the future. You mustn't discard Little Sun." Long Sun thickened his skin and said, "In this dragon eye cave, was there anything more useful than latching onto a thick thigh? With a powerhouse like Yi Yuan around, as long as they did not encounter Empyrean realm abyss monsters, they could practically do whatever they pleased. This way, the chances of finding a spatial rift would also increase greatly." Yi Yuan said coolly, "That will have to depend on your performance." Yi Yuan brought the three people and pushed through all the way. Half a month later, the party arrived in a valley. This place was the base of Long Sun, and the rest. However, inside the base was full of desolation, everything in a terrible mess like it had just experienced a great battle. Big Brother Sun. It's Big Brother Sun, who returned. Inside the dense woods by the side, several people suddenly scurried out. When these people saw Long Sun, each and every one of them was inexplicably agitated. Shouting and wrangling for what? Xiaochun, what's wrong with you? Long Sun was just about to berate the few people and make them offer greetings to Yi Yuan, but he discovered and each and every one of them had BLOODY noses and swollen faces, all carrying injuries on their bodies. When Long Chun saw Long Sun, he actually burst out crying with a wah. "Big Brother Sun, we're so miserable these few days that you weren't around." Long Chun had snot and tears running. Looks like these few days they were oppressed. Long Sun frowned and said, "Shut up for me. Speak. What in the world happened?" Long Chun complained tearfully, "Big Brother Sun, it was all done by Long Xiaotian. He left the words, setting a time limit for you to surrender within 3 months. If you don't surrender, he'll raise our base to the ground and let us not even have a place to stay." Long Sun was greatly enraged the moment he heard and howled, "Mother * King Long Xiaotian, F * King H-E-L-L. When the tiger isn't home, the monkey calls himself king. Brothers, follow me. I'll go and pummel the *T out of this guy, right now." As he said, Long Sun was just about to rampage, but was held back by Long Chun. "Big Brother Sun, you mustn't." Long Xiaotian, he found an Empyrean realm helper. He's formidable to the extreme. We aren't a match. Even their camp already changed their leader too. Long Chun's words were like a basin of cold water splas. Plussing down, drenching Long Sun until his heart turned cold. What did you say? Empyrean? Long Sun said with a stupefied face. At this time, Yi Yuan slowly opened his mouth and said, Just an Empyrean. Look how it scared you until you're like a grandson. The moment Long Chun heard Yi Yuan talk like this, he immediately spoke up to scold. Who the H-E-L-L are you to dare speak to Big Brother's son this way? Chapter 2140. Big Brother Tian is very awe-inspiring. Chapter 2140. Big Brother Tian is very awe-inspiring, terrific lad. Long Chun unexpectedly bursting out this sentence frightened Long Sun until he fainted and regained consciousness several times. Long Sun, three people's faces changed greatly. Smack! Long Sun directly gave a blow to the back of Long Chun's head, nearly beating him to the ground. Disrespectful. To dare speak to Lord Yi Yuan like this. Are you tired of living? Long Sun reproached Long Chun fiercely, then turned around and put on a smiling face as he hurriedly said, Your Excellency, this child is insensible. Please don't stoop to his level. Lord, this guy is merely an eighth firmament true G. Oh, dehuman, even inferior to me. Why are you, Big Brother Sun, calling him Lord? Long Chun had a doubtful face. Not just Long Chun. The others all looked at Long Sun with great surprise. What kind of character was their Big Brother Sun? He actually bowed his head in submission and was obedient toward a human who was not strong, saying yes repeatedly with servility. Long Sun wished to smack Long Chun to death with one slap right now. He roared angrily at Long Chun and said, What? Not even listening to Big Brother Sun's words anymore. Is it? Call him His Excellency. From today onwards, Lord Yi is our boss. Long Chun and the rest exchanged glances, clearly somewhat hesitating. But in the end, they still chose to listen to Long Sun's words and called out, Boss. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, Big Brother Sun is still your boss. I don't have the spare time to be your boss. Long Sun hurriedly said, Yes, yes, yes. What kind of character is your Excellency? Why would you take fancy on being a boss? That, Your Excellency, your meaning just now is, you think nothing of Empyreans too? Yi Yuan said coolly, Think nothing of them or not. I'll only know after having a crack at him. All right, find a secluded place. I'm going into a closed seclusion. Along the way, Yi Yuan hunted many abyss monsters again. The harvest was enough for him to be in a closed seclusion for a while. After Yi Yuan left, the baffled-looking Long Chun finally could not resist opening his mouth and asking, Big Brother Sun, what in the world is going on here? Long Sun looked at him fiercely and said, If you don't want to die, shut your mouth for me. You don't look at how he's only eighth firmament true G. Oh, D. If he wants to annihilate us, one finger is enough. Long Chun still did not believe this as he said, Eighth firmament true G. Oh, D. One finger to wipe us out. Hoo-hoo, Big Brother Sun, you really know how to joke. Who is freaking joking with you? You didn't see His Excellency taking action. Do you know how we came back along the way? When Long Qing was saying this, his face still carried an intense look of fear. How did you return? Could it be that you didn't walk back? Long Qing smiled coldly and said, We walked back, but he also killed all the way back. Along the way, the abyss monsters that died in His Excellency's hands are no less than 1,000. What? How is this possible? Everyone had a look of disbelief. Long Sun laughed coldly and said, Believing it or not is up to you guys. The three of us saw it with our own eyes, so could it still be fake? Don't blame me for not warning you guys. If you all want to seek death, feel free to go and provoke him. Long Sun swung his hands and left, leaving behind the crowd with dumbfounded faces. Long Sun had already lived in Dragon Eye Cave for a long time, and indeed had some ability. This camp was in the abyss monsters' no man's land, and there were actually no abyss monsters that came close. It was rather quiet, perfect for Yi Yuan's close seclusion. Yi Yuan refined the tarnished black devil crystals. His realm also slowly stepped closer to ninth firmament true Ji, O-D realm. 3 months later, Long Zhaotian brought a group of people and came fighting to the doorstep. Long Sun, looks like you won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Today, Big Brother Tian, I will trample your camp. Long Zhaotian was awe-inspiring as he shouted. Long Sun said in a cold voice, Long Zhaotian, you took advantage of the fact that I wasn't around and injured my Big Brother Sun's brothers. This score, we should also settle it properly. Long Zhaotian laughed loudly and said, Long Sun, looks like you still haven't figured out the situation. Let me tell you, our boss is an Empyrean realm powerhouse. You dared to defy her elderly self. You're dead for sure. Long Sun similarly laughed loudly and said, It's you who didn't figure out the situation. Do you think that only you found a backer? On Big Brother Sun's trip out, I also found a backer. Long Zhaotian's expression changed, extremely surprised in his heart. This guy wasn't putting up a bold front, right? Ha ha. Long Sun, do you think that you can scare me, Big Brother Tian, away with one sentence? You acknowledged a boss. Call him out. This father of yours will pummel him to a pig's head. Long Zhaotian said with a loud laugh. He completely did not believe that Long Sun found an expert too. How could there be such a coincidental thing? He just found an expert here, and an expert popped out on Long Sun's side too. Oh, it's you who said that you're going to pummel me into a pig's head? A figure landed, looking at Long Zhaotian very calmly. It was precisely Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan. When Long Sun and the rest saw Yi Yuan, they hurriedly bowed in salute. When Long Zhaotian saw Yi Yuan, he was first stunned, then immediately burst out laughing. Ha ha! Long Sun, this is the expert that you found? A human, and it's even an 8th firmament true G. O-D? Ha ha ha! So formidable! I'm so scared. Brothers, let's hurry up and tuck our tails between our legs and run. The boss that they found is really too scary. Long Zhaotian laughed wildly, but his words were full of ridicule. Naturally, there was not a hint of really being scared. Just an 8th firmament true G. O-D, so why would he take him seriously? Long Zhaotian's subordinates immediately pandered to it. Yeah, we're so scared. This boss, you mustn't make a move. We're afraid that we can't hold out. Ha ha ha. 8th firmament true G. O-D, I'm really so scared. Long Sun, you're really declining with each pa-s, sing day, to actually find an 8th firmament true G. O-D to deceive yourself as well as others. The other party mocked away, but Long Sun responded with a cold smile. Laugh. Laugh to your heart's content. A while more, you guys probably won't even have the strength to cry. Recalling when he saw Yi Yuan back then, didn't they also have this kind of expression? But later, their faces were slapped resoundingly. This Long Zhaotian was posturing in front of His Excellency, and even said that he was going to beat His Excellency to a pig's head. Ha ha! Laughed enough. Yi Yuan said coolly. Long Zhaotian laughed hard without ceasing and said, Haven't laughed enough yet. Let me laugh a while more. You just be happy for now. Otherwise, you'd already be pummeled to a pig's head now by your father. Bang! His voice had yet to fade when a fist already landed on Long Zhaotian's face, sending him flying out. With Long Zhaotian's peak rank 6 cultivation realm, he could not react in time at all. Several months had said, Yi Yuan's current strength already steadily closed in on middle stage 8th firmament true G. O-D, how much stronger was it compared to back then? If not for him reigning in his strength, Long Zhaotian would already be utterly dead. Yi Yuan knew that these people stuck together, and helped each other out inside the Dragon Eye Cave. Although both sides were on bad terms, they would not really fight to the death. Otherwise, just this bit of people. Even if the abyss monsters did not kill them, they would have long wiped themselves out by themselves. Bang, bang, bang. The tempest-like fists landed on Long Xiaotian's body, each fist not leaving his face. In several breaths, Long Xiaotian became a complete and utter pig's head. The smiles of those subordinates were still stiff on their faces at this time, but could not smile no matter anymore. Long Tian said that he was going to pummel him to a pig's head, but in a blink he was beaten to a pig's head by him. Chapter 2141, Poor Memory. Chapter 2141, Poor Memory. Go back and tell your boss that in the future our two camps will stay in our own lanes and mind our own business. Don't attempt to challenge my patience. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. Yi Yuan said to the pig-head-like Long Xiaotian. Wah, 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 wah. Long Xiaotian's eyes were full of shock and fear, opening his mouth and wanting to speak. But his face was already swollen like a pig's head and could not open his mouth at all. He could only cry loudly. Ha ha ha. Long Xiaotian, your current appearance is really exactly the same as a pig's head. Looks like I'll have to call you Pighead Tian in the future. What kind of character do you think Lord Yi is? You're purely looking for abuse yourself. Seeing Long Xiaotian's appearance, Long Sun started laughing heartily. He and Long Xiaotian were almost on par in terms of strength, so they could not do anything much to the other. But Long Xiaotian's camp was still a notch stronger than them. The two people fought for over 20 years, and he had always been at a disadvantage. Today, seeing the other party being beaten to a pig's head, how could Long Sun not be delighted? Beyond the joy, Long Sun's side was also extremely shocked, especially Long Chun. They were all very clear about Long Xiaotian's strength. It was even a notch stronger than Long Sun. But he was like a child in front of Yi Yuan without the strength to fight back at all. Previously, they were still looking down on Yi Yuan. Now, they felt lingering fear. It turned out that this lord was really very impressive. Still not scramming? Could it be that you guys all want to become pigheads? Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed, and he took a step out. The other side all shuddered and brought along Pighead Tian and fled like flying. Your Excellency is mighty. Your Excellency is mighty. After Long Xiaotian left, everyone cheered. The last time, Long Sun was not around. So they were really bullied badly. Now, Yi Yuan took revenge for them. They were extremely moved. Supporting his pig-like head, Long Xiaotian escaped back to the camp. Seeing the boss, Long Xiaotian used a fled voice to complain tearfully, Boss, you have to seek justice for me. The dragon race's recovery ability was still extremely strong. The current Long Xiaotian's pig, head swelling, already went down a little and could barely manage to talk. When that person opposite saw Long Xiaotian, she could not help laughing out loud. He. Long Xiaotian, why did you become a pig's head after not seeing for a while? Not to mention, you have quite the potential to be a pig's head. It was a girl having two small horns growing on top of her head. If Yi Yuan was here, he would probably get a big fright. This girl was none other than precisely the Long Xiaochun, who followed him. After Long Xiaochun entered the Dragon Eye Cave, she kept attempting to find Yi Yuan. But the Dragon Eye Cave was too big. She had nowhere to start at all. Just not long ago, Long Xiaochun accidentally stumbled upon Long Xiaotian's camp and directly used brutish means to subdue him. Long Xiaochun was mischievous by nature and felt that being a boss was pretty fun. Hence, she also started taking great joy in playing. But her goal was the entire Dragon Clan's strength, to make them come and find Yi Yuan together. After all, no matter how powerful she was with regards to finding people, numbers still win. Long Zhaotian said with a bitter face, "Be boss. I, I only became like this because I was carrying out errands for you." Long Xiaochun giggled and said, "Relax. The person who beat you until like this, I'll definitely beat him until the same later as well. Speak, speak. What in the world happened? Weren't you bragging to me every day, saying how incredible you are?" Only then did Long Zhaotian's sadness turn to joy as he said, "Boss, it's not that Long Zhaotian, can't make it, but that Long Sun also found a boss from no idea where. His strength is too strong. I'm not a match at all." "Oh, your strength has already reached the top in rank 6. Could it be that their boss is an Empyrean too?" Long Xiaochun asked, curiously. Long Zhaotian said gloomily, "Really isn't. Their boss is a human, having only an 8th firmament true G. Oh, decultivation. But his strength is incredible. I didn't even have strength left over to retaliate. Fortunately, he didn't deal a killing blow. Otherwise, little Tian probably won't be able to come back to meet boss. Human? 8th firmament true G. OD? Could it be him? Hang on, just how long has it been? How can he possibly break through his cultivation realm? Furthermore, the environment here isn't suitable for cultivation at all. Could it be that there are still other humans that entered this place?" Long Xiaochun said with a frown. When Yi Yuan entered the Dragon Eye Cave, he was merely an initial stage 7th firmament true G. OD after only 1 year plus had said, logically speaking, it was impossible to break through to become an 8th firmament true G. OD. The Dragon Eye Cave's spiritual energy was extremely RSE. Furthermore, it was mixed with large ties of devilish energy. Cultivating became extremely slow. One must reel it in slowly like reeling silk from a cock. And before they could absorb very little spiritual energy. Calculating according to common sense, cultivating outside for over 10 years might not even be comparable to 1 year in here. Under such circumstances, how could Yi Yuan possibly break through to be an 8th firmament true G? OD in a short 1 year's time. This kind of thing was too fantastical. But Long Zhaotian's words still perked Long Xiaochun's interest. She planned on personally going to take a look. "Go, bring me to go and see this person." Long Xiaochun got up and said. Long Zhaotian was greatly excited and said, "With boss making a move, that bunch of grandsons will definitely die very miserable. Boss, you have to stand up for me and beat that punk into a pig's head." Long Xiaochun pretended to be cold and proud as she said, "Relax, you're my subordinate. Slapping your face is equivalent to slapping mine. I'll help you pummel him to a pig's head." Very soon, Long Zhaotian and the rest staged a comeback. Outside Long Sun's camp, Long Zhaotian shouted, "Human brat, my boss is here, so hurry up and come out to die." Long Sun came when he heard that. Seeing Long Zhaotian, he laughed loudly and said, "Pighead Tian, you were already beaten to a pig's head. Are you still being forgetful?" Long Zhaotian smiled coldly and said, "This one is our boss, the Dragon Clan's peerless genius, Lord Xiaochun. Let your boss come out." Lord Xiaochun said that she's going to beat him to a pig's head. Long Sun's gaze plus feeded to Long Xiaochun and could not help revealing a serious look. This guy really found an Empyrean realm to be boss. Furthermore, this Empyrean realm was actually a young and beautiful woman. Long Xiaochun already reached Empyrean realm at a young age. So, how could she be relegated to the Dragon Eye Cave? Go, invite boss out. Long Sun had a solemn look as he said to the Long Qing beside him. Long Zhaotian had a smug look and said with a cold smile, Long Sun, you wouldn't think that your eighth firmament true G. Oh, D can still deal with an Empyrean powerhouse, right? The moment Lord Xiaochun makes her move, that boss of yours will immediately turn to minced meat. This father of yours had said before, asking you to surrender earlier, but you wouldn't listen. Today, I will definitely beat you to a pig's head. Oh, right, that boss of yours too. Who did you say that you want to beat to a pig's head? Looks like your memory is very poor. Yi Yuan walked over leisurely as he said coolly. Seeing Yi Yuan, Long Xiaochun's pupils could not help constricting, her face revealing an expression akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. When Yi Yuan saw Long Xiaochun, he was also stunned. He did not expect that he would actually run into Long Xiaochun here. Why did this girl enter the Dragon Eye Cave? Long Zhaotian completely did not detect the strange atmosphere, and still laughed loudly as he said, "Ha! Beating who to a pig's head? Of course it's beating you to a pig's head. You a mere eighth firmament true G. Oh, D, dare to be so arrogant. Today, I want you to be unable to bear the consequences of failure." Bang! A heavy punch landed on his face, directly sending him flying out. The one who hit Long Zhaotian was none other than precisely Long Xiaochun. Chapter 2142. Strength Soaring. Chapter 2142. Strength soaring. The swelling on Long Zhaotian's face just went down a little. With Long Xiaochun's blow, it swelled up again. "Boss, did you hit the wrong person?" Long Zhaotian hurt until tears came out as he said with an innocent look. Long Xiaochun turned to look at him and said with a grin, "I didn't hit wrongly. Yi Yuan is my close brother. You want to beat him to a pig's head, so I naturally have to beat you to a pig's head." "See close brother?" Long Zhaotian said with a stunned look. Yi Yuan was speechless and said, "Xiaochun, why did you enter the Dragon Eye Cave?" Long Xiaochun wrinkled her nose and said, "Humph! I knew that Long Qi, that old thing, had no good intentions and went to find Mother. In the end, I just happened to hear her and Uncle Ji discussing your matter. Originally, I planned on going to stop it. Who knew that I was still a step late? Hence, I took advantage of the fact that they weren't paying attention and secretly slipped inside. You were brought into the Dragon Clan by me. So how can I watch you seek your doom? Now that I entered, I have to bring you out." When Yi Yuan heard, he felt warm in his heart. From the first time he laid eyes on Long Xiaochun, Yi Yuan had a feeling of being connected by blood, feeling very cordial. Maybe they really had bloodline relations. After all, and, Body knew the origins of the dragon race's progenitor too. Maybe he was born in the Rain Dragon's stronghold. Sai, you, this girl, are also too capricious. With you coming here, outside is probably already in a mess," Yi Yuan said with a sigh. Long Xiaochun laughed and said, "Who cares? Either way, I wasn't happy at all staying in Rain Dragon's stronghold. Instead, after coming in, the feeling of being a boss is pretty good. What's I plus name? Little Tian, why haven't you come to apologize to Yi Yuan?" Long Zhaotian came BRIMMING with confidence, thinking that he could gain back face at Yi Yuan here and beat Yi Yuan to a pig's head. Who knew that he failed to beat Yi Yuan, and he himself became a pig's head again. In the end, he even had to admit his fault to Yi Yuan, truly a grieving. However, Long Xiaochun gave the order, so he did not dare to defy in the slightest. Long Xiaochun was unruly by nature. These few days, Long Zhaotian had no lack of being tortured by Long Xiaochun and had long lost any temper. "Why, Your Excellency, Little Tian was wrong," Long Zhaotian said with a bitter look. Seeing Long Zhaotian's appearance like a bullied wife, Long Sun was tickled badly by the side. Yi Yuan waved his hand. He could not be bothered to stoop to the level of this kind of minor character. Since Xiaochun, you like to be boss. In the future, merge these two camps. You can be the boss, Yi Yuan said coolly. All right, all right. Long Xiaochun had a joyful look. The two camps directly underwent a merger. Long Sun and Long Zhaotian went through the specifics of operations. The two people naturally could not avoid some disputes. Yi Yuan brought Long Xiaochun to his station and started chatting. Long Xiaochun sized Yi Yuan up and down and said with a peculiar look, "Really seeing ghosts? In this sort of place, not only did your cultivation speed not slow down, but it actually became faster instead." Yi Yuan smiled and started revolving the chaos heavenspan cannon. Devilish energy poured into his body crazily. When Long Xiaochun saw this scene, her mouth opened wide, and she exclaimed, Why you can actually use devilish energy to cultivate this. This is really seeing ghosts. Since young, I thought that I was a freak. Only now do I know that compared to you, I'm too normal." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "You're such an adorable little girl. How are you a freak?" Long Xiaochun laughed and said, "I'm different from the rest." Yi Yuan could feel that Long Xiaochun's smile exuded pain and loneliness. Yi Yuan had long known that Long Qi, they all called Long Xiaochun a misfortune star. It seemed like this little La S had a sad past. However, since Long Xiaochun was not willing to say, Yi Yuan naturally was not willing to ask more either. If Long Qi, that old man, know about your current situation, I reckon that it can anger him until he directly goes to reincarnate." Long Xiaochun suddenly thought of something and started laughing. Yi Yuan also laughed and said, "Hoo, I think so too. Honestly speaking, I really quite like this place right now and don't really want to go out anymore. The Dragon Eye Cave is simply a cultivation paradise to me." Long Xiaochun was speechless as she said, "It's also just you that treats this place like your own backyard. However, how do we go out?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I naturally have a way." Long Xiaochun's pupils constricted, and she said in surprise, "You have a way?" Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "But right now, the most important thing is still increasing strength. Xiaochun, these next few years, I'll have to rely on you." Long Xiaochun patted her chest and said, "Say it. Want me to do what?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hunt abyss monsters and get as many tarnished black devil crystals back as possible." Long Xiaochun said speechlessly, "All right, the method that you cultivate is really special." Hence, in the following days, Long Xiaochun brought the merged two great camps and went around hunting abyss monsters. With Long Xiaochun, this abnormally strong girl around, rank 6 abyss monsters could not last one exchange with her at all. Yi Yuan was only in charge of one thing, that was cultivation. Saving the time to hunt, Yi Yuan's realm advanced by leaps and bounds. 3 years later, Yi Yuan completed the arduous task that others were unable to complete. In 300 years, he broke through to become a 9th firmament true Ji. OD, another 5 years Pa-S, said. Yi Yuan broke through to peak 9th firmament true Ji. OD in one stroke. There was only a step away from the next realm. His cultivation speed made everyone stare wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Regardless of whether it was Long Sun or Long Zhaotian, they could only use the label freak to describe Yi Yuan. On this day, Yi Yuan exited seclusion. Long Sun scuttled over to greet, saying fawningly, "Your Excellency is really Ji. Oh, do you like, in a short 9 years' time, cultivating from 7th firmament true Ji. OD to peak 9th firmament true Ji. OD, we probably can't find a second one in the entire heavenspan world, right?" This was not merely B, U, T, Tearing up, he was truly shocked. Yi Yuan's cultivation speed virtually drove people mad. With Yi Yuan's speed of absorbing divine essence, if it were the average person, it was sufficient to burst their divine seas. But Yi Yuan was like a bottomless pit. However much you came, I would absorb however much. Too crazy. He had never heard before that someone could cultivate this way, at true Ji. Oh, D realm. Yi Yuan scolded laughingly. Stop sucking up. Long Sun chuckled and said, Your Excellency, coming out of seclusion this time, are you bringing us out? Yi Yuan said, No rush. Since the cultivation environment here is so good, I naturally have to break through to the Empyrean realm in one go before going out. Otherwise, after going out, it will have to expend a great deal of effort to break through to the Empyrean realm. The quant, one tie of spiritual energy required for Yi Yuan to break through to the Empyrean realm was extremely horrifying. Reaching the outside world, just the cultivation resources had to make big preparations. The tarnished black devil crystals here were abundant, and the devilish energy was also very plentiful. Breaking through here was naturally the best choice. This, Your Excellency, isn't consolidating your realm a bit before breaking through again. Long Sun said, hesitantly, if ordinary people's cultivation realm broke through so quickly, it was hard to avoid their realms being unstable. Wanting to break through to the Empyrean realm needed a very long time of preparations. Otherwise, the chance of failure was very high. Looking at Yi Yuan's meaning, he wanted to break through in one stroke. Yi Yuan said coolly, No need. I haven't moved around for so long. I should go out and stretch my limbs a bit.